Looking for the recording indicator. There it is.
Important. And for those who are panelists and co-hosts, please help us keep an eye on that recording. Every once in a while, that record button gets pushed and it stops. And so we don't like to have that happen. So it'd be best if we keep recording the meeting. All right, David, back to you.
Well, thank you so much, Jean and Cindy. And what I did right before we turned on the recording was I called us to order and declared a quorum. So thank you everybody for attending. Before we started, we actually waved at our new upcoming member, George Boone. Welcome and thank you for coming. Lisa and Lupita, would you just unmute and just so George can put a face with the name in case you haven't met yet.
Hi, I'm Lisa.
And Lupita?
And I'm Lupita. Is it George or is it Jorge?
It's actually Jorge. I'm from originally Brazil, but
oh, Jorge.
But you can call me George or Jorge or whatever. But I typically go by George. Yeah.
We have a chance to practice some another language. I am always welcoming to that.
Great. Well, thank you. And I'm going to turn it over to Helle Panovic, who will be conducting the swearing in.
Yeah, so before we start tonight, we have to swear George in because that's a requirement before you start as a board member. So please raise your right hand and speak after me. I, George Boone, do solemnly swear.
I, George Boone, do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and of the state of Colorado.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the state of Colorado.
And the charter and ordinances of the city of Boulder.
And the charter and ordinances of the city of Boulder.
And faithfully perform the duties of the office of a member of the planning board, which I am about to enter.
And faithfully perform the duties of the office of the planning board, which I am about to enter.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for the warm welcome.
Thank you. And welcome again. This is, it's always a landmark part of the year when we have a new face in the board. So thank you for joining us. So with that, the next item of business is to do nominations and elections for a new chair and vice chair. And Helle sent out the procedures for that, which I'm not going to read all the way through because it kind of depends on how things go, how we'll do this. So if we do have multiple nominations, then we'll proceed with some additional protocols. So let's just first see if there are any oral nominations for the chair position at this point. Lupita?
Yeah, I wanted just to make a comment because I've been in boards and in groups where transitioning from one executive board to the next one, we always keep an eye on what can I say? Stability of the board. So we try to always have some continuity. So I would like just to kind of get a sense, hopefully, that we have people who are going to be around for another year at least, because I know that David will be stepping out and I'm concerned about not having a transition. So I just want to put that out there because that has been kind of like the mode that I do my one. It's not like I do them. So I'm in boards where this is happening. This is the standard where we actually are in this transition from assistant to main person, sometimes even a 3-year thing, precisely to make sure that we have the stability and continuity. So that's the only thing I would like to put there. So whoever is still thinking about running, I will just ask, keep that in mind because that will be something that weighs at least heavily on me.
Okay, thank you, Lupita. When you say David, did you mean me?
Yes, yeah, because I know that you're, you're our chair.
I'm actually currently vice chair. I have no plans to step away. I'm not sure what that was about, what you were referring to. So maybe you could clarify.
For next year, whoever wants to be running for next year.
I see.
That we need to have at least one person who's going to be around for the following year.
For the following year, okay.
Yes, that's what I meant to say. Maybe I wasn't very clear, obviously. So yeah, that's really what my point was about.
Lupita, do you mean for the vice chair? So if somebody were to be rotating off in a year, and potentially considering staying on the board or transitioning away from the board, are you saying that somebody on exec, you would like, whether it's the vice chair or the chair, you'd like one of those people to be someone who's planning to be around for more than a year? Is that correct?
Yes, so because usually how it works on the boards, and these are, mostly scientific boards when I've been many times, the way you work is if we have this commitment, usually about 2 to 3 years, where we are really kind of being trained to take on a role so that we know that person is going to be learning the ropes. And so when that person transitions into the actual role, there's somebody else who's already been trained also. So I have found that to be incredibly helpful, because you're not, especially diving in for the first time and with no support. And as you know, this is not a simple board to serve in. And now that Herman had just stepped out, I know I'm gonna miss him a lot, because he really was a good leader. And so now I know that David, I don't know, I'm assuming that David is gonna be running for chair. So that's the only thing that I'm saying, because I'm a little worried, make sure that we do have some of this continuity in place.
Okay, well, what we can do is we can certainly cross that bridge when we come to the nominations, and as we speak to each nomination, we can keep that into account. Thank you, Lupita, for bringing that up. So with that, I guess I'll just go back to first calling for any nominations for the chair position. Sarah?
So I'll nominate David Ensign for chair.
Second.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Any other nominations? Okay, well, the rules say that I have to accept that I will the nominations. So I'm honored. Thank you so much, Sarah, and thank you for providing me the opportunity to be the only nominee. So with that, I'll go ahead and call a vote. Normally we would do just hands since it's a single nomination. I think that's probably okay, even though we're virtual, to save time. Do people want to vote on the nomination of me to be the new chair for next year? I see hands from everybody, all 7, unanimous decision. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. So with regards to the vice chair position, I hear your concern, Lupita, and I was actually, we've always kind of taken the approach of giving people who have served for the longest an opportunity to be in the lead, but I hear what you're saying. Peter, did you have anything you wanted? I think I saw your hand going up earlier.
Well, I appreciate what Lupita was saying, and I wanted to ask fellow member like John, who served on the planning board before and in various positions, as well as perhaps Hella or even Cindy, what precedent there is or is not in the past for the scenario that Lupita outlined, where there was 2 members who were rotating off. And has that been the situation before, and has that caused particular distress or not?
Yeah, go ahead.
I can just say I served this in a previous abbreviated term, and found myself being chair after about a year without any practice at being a vice chair. But I think it went reasonably smoothly, although I'm not a natural at that business. So I'm not sure how significant or important that concern is. I think it wouldn't sway my vote, frankly.
Well, with that, oh, go ahead, Lupita.
I had to unmute myself. So who's stepping out? Are you, John? Are you stepping out, John?
John
No,
has 1 more year, right?
No, I have 2 more years,
Running for me
but
now.
I think Peter and David are the 2 who are going off next year.
Oh, okay. So, I made my comment based on, like I said, before we even got to hear who was, I'm assuming David, but I don't know who the other person would be, but that would be my 2 cents in terms of my own experience. But it sounds that, John, you do have some experience.
Right. And because of that, I'm fairly relaxed about about this business of starting from scratch in a year about
Yeah.
serving as chairman. So that's
Yeah, I think
why
That's
what
very
the
good
point
to
I'm
know.
trying to
That's
make.
it.
I
Okay,
think what
well,
David was when he asked me, I had raised my hand. And so that was my question, because it's a great point, Lupita, and I wanted to query the team as well as staff on if it's a standing practice or if it's been a cause for concern before, because every board composition based on the timing of, absence is different. So otherwise I'm ready to move on with, the process. Thank you, John.
did you have something else to add, John, or?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that in my experience, it isn't always the case that the people rotating off are the chairman. But I think it needn't be a major concern.
It needn't be, but with that, with all of this discussed, and since we know that we will have John Gerstel on year after this, who has served as chair in the past, there will be someone in the room who has served as chair. I'll go ahead and nominate Peter Vitale, since he and I joined at the same time, and I think that it might be a nice experience for you in your last year to do that position. Being the vice chair does mean that you come to the agenda setting meetings and you're ready to take over should the chair not be able to. But other than that, there's not any huge amount of responsibility involved. So, are there any other nominations? Okay, well, all right. Well, I'll call I'm gonna just raise hand vote on Peter Vitale for vice chair as well. Awesome. Okay.
It's an honor to step up and into this with you all. There have been some very strong people in both these positions, and it's been an amazing experience of my life. Probably one of the single most meaningful experiences, and to have this moment now and with David, who I have just great respect for his poise, and I think I learned a lot with Cindy and Liz on tussling, and boy, do I love doing it with Sarah and having fun. And I know that now she gets to at times call me out as vice chair, and so I get to get more serious. So
Excellent.
So I take it seriously. I know that I do jest as a way of deflating tense situations at times, but this is altogether different. So I appreciate it.
Great. Well, thank you for being so eloquent, Peter. And I'll just reiterate how much I'm looking forward to this next year and working with you all. It's going to be great. It's going to be fantastic. And feel free to offer me up any feedback on anything that you think could be done to make things run better anytime.
And let's take into account the very real concern that Lupita brought, having served on many more boards and committees, in positions than I have probably, and I value that experience. And so let's find ways to convey it down, because the city is the beneficiary of that, and that's what the city deserves, and that's what we're here for. So thank you, Lupita, for bringing that up.
I thank you. Thank you for and understanding what my intention was. In fact, I had a really funny story about when I was secretary for my scientific community, and I had the person who was being trained, he got to call me the boss and the master. And that was so really funny, because it's like the last thing, but it was in a very collegial way. And we just made fun of it. The fact that this is how we were put together to work. And it worked really, really well when you work in that close together, who's really learning the ropes as you're going. Thank you again.
Great. We really appreciate that. And so let's go ahead and move on then to the second agenda item, which is the approval of minutes. We have the February 4th and February 18th minutes scheduled for review. I know, Cindy, that Harmon was invited to send in comments. I don't know if you got any comments back from him, or if he was happy with the minutes. Okay.
I did not receive anything from Harmon.
Okay.
Oh,
So
no.
we don't have to worry about anything that we might not have seen. So any additional comments, or would someone like to make a motion for these minutes? Sarah?
Well, I can make a motion for the second, the 18th, but I wasn't there on the 3rd, I think was the date.
Okay, so let's go ahead and vote separately then. Anyone want to move first on the February 4th minutes approval?
I'll move to approve them.
Great, and I'll second that since I'm unmuted. So I'm going to go ahead and do a roll call. Peter? I think so, and Lisa?
Aye.
I'm going to Lisa next. Aye. Lupita?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye. Oh, wait.
Oh, yeah, you're abstaining, I guess. I guess we can.
Abstain.
Can we abstain for minutes? I guess we can. And John?
Aye.
And I'll vote aye. Great, and I assume that George, Hella, is it okay if George and Sarah just don't vote on the ones they weren't attending?
Yes, it is.
Great. And then Sarah, did you want to make the motion on the 18th minutes?
Yes, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the 18th of February.
Anyone else want a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Peter, your vote?
I was going to second, but John did.
Okay, go ahead and vote then.
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Lisa?
Aye.
Lupita?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
And I vote aye. Great. So we have a five vote and a 6 vote. Great. Okay. Well, thank you all. So now we're going to go on to general public participation. This is our segment that we have in every planning board meeting where the public is welcome to address the board for up to 3 minutes. People will raise their hands. And I think, Jean, will you be selecting people to speak? Great. And I just want to remind people that we have a public hearing later tonight. It is the public hearing for the Hill Hotel project. So if you are here to speak on the Hill Hotel project, please wait. It won't be very long. And we have a separate public hearing segment for that. So feel free to raise your hand and speak on anything other than Hill Hotel project at this point. And I'll let you take it away, Jean.
Great. Thanks, David. I see at the moment, I just see KKG House Director. Oh, looks like that the hand went down because that's probably for the public hearing coming up in just a little bit. Anyone else who would like to address the board during open comment? If you could please raise your hand now. Or if you're having trouble with raising hand, if you're on the phone, I don't think we have anybody on the phone, but that is a *9 to raise hand. Okay, looks like Lynn Siegel, has raised hand. Okay, I'm gonna try one new thing today and using the timer on the screen. So Lynn, here you go. Let's.
Can you hear me?
We can.
You're a little faint, Lynn.
Okie dokie. I'm gonna remedy that with my system preferences. It's at the max. Can you hear now?
Yes, just try to speak up, Lynn, and I think we can hear you.
Scale of 1 to 10?
I'd say it's like a 4, but we'll perk up our ears.
It's improving. Can you hear better now?
A little better, yes. Go ahead, Lynn.
Okay, so number 1, we got to take a 30,000 foot perspective here in Boulder. And if the council's not going to do it and the new city manager's not going to do it, and the new city attorney, whoever that is not going to do it, then you need to do it. Somebody needs to do it. There needs to be some checks and balances here. I recall the time, February of 2020, when Sam Weaver, in a study session, directed staff to continue on CU South floodplain plan without passing it through City Council. This was completely inappropriate and a complete dismal failure of city process. And that should not happen again under your watch, under the council's watch, or anybody else's watch within the city government. The 30,000 foot plan I'm talking about is soon to come. I've heard about it many times within the last few months, and I call it the Integrated Climate Comp Plan, kind of like the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, but this is a kind of a combination of the integrated planning process and the climate. And it'll be the Integrated Climate Compound Plan. Only one difference from the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, it's going to be enforceable. And every city department and advisory board is going to have to meet up to it. You watch, it's coming. Now, I wanted to bring up about MARPA. There was a unilateral approval of MARPA. It was a close call there for a moment with Lisa, and you should have turned that down, and now you're going to find out the hard way, because that was a very, very bad decision on the part of the planning board. MARPA House has a success of 40 years, and you strip that away with your decision. And now, after the insurrection, as I shall call it, of March 6th, down on the Hill, there's going to be big problems for CU in this town. There's already much too big a university in this town. And as Derek Silva, one of the reps for CU himself said, it's the research campus, the flagship campus. Well, I don't think those folks were doing research on March 6th. And we got to downsize CU, not upsize it. And we got to separate the South Boulder floodplain from CU annexation entirely. The last annexation we had, the significant one, was a disaster, and that was Gun Barrel. And we can really regret that now. We've done very little for Gun Barrel. They have very little of the infrastructure that they need. And it was takings for money, you know, so the city could bring in that sales tax revenue. And that's not the way to do business. Regarding self-sustenance of the city of Boulder and the municipalization had a huge effect on the built environment. Planning board has a big effect on the built environment. Obviously, you've approved many development projects. And if you're going to be approving these green projects with an electrification, you're going to have to also weigh in on the integrated climate comprehensive plan.
Thank you very much, Lynn.
To finish my sentence,
Okay.
having a lot of electricity doesn't do us any good if it's all coal power.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry, I thought maybe you had reached a period there. We much appreciate that, Lynn. Okay, so with that, we will go ahead. Number 4 on our agenda would be dispositions, call-ups, and continuations, but we don't have any, so we'll proceed on to the public hearing for tonight. The agenda item is public hearing and planning board consideration of a combined site and use review application to redevelop 1.45 acre site with a 189 room hotel, along with retail and small scale office located generally at 1313 Broadway. And the case number is LUR 2020-00040. And I'll go ahead and, Hella, is it okay if we do the disclosures now, or should we wait until after the staff presentation?
I think it's best to do them right now.
Great. Okay, this is a quasi-judicial item. So we are under strict open meetings guidelines. So we have to disclose any kind of ex parte that we may have had or any potential conflict of interest. I'll just report that I have gone by the site and walked around, and I have had community members approach me, but I've been able to encourage them to send their comments to planning board before they got into any conversation with me. So I have had no ex parte for this item. Anyone else would like to disclose anything with this particular project? John?
Yeah, I've visited the site and spoken with a number of people over the last 10 years, I think, over about the fate of this area. But I have encouraged them to provide their comments to planning board, and believe that I can deal with this in a fair and objective manner.
All right, Lisa?
If I may ask a question of John before we move on.
Yeah.
John, can you said it was over a period of 10 years. Were the conversations about this particular project?
No, it was the fate of this site in general.
Okay, so you'll be able to make your decision solely based on the evidence presented for the hearing here today?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hella. Okay, Lisa, did you have a disclosure?
Yeah, just that I'm familiar with the site in general, and several years back with previous iterations of the project when I worked for Community Vitality. This wasn't a project that I was involved in any kind of decision making or policy around, but I did some communications related to it with just updating the community on what was happening. I don't see it as anything that would influence me in any particular direction. And again, this iteration is different than that version was. Hella, do you want to ask me a question?
No, I think you covered it.
Cool, thank you.
Good. Anyone else? All right. Great. Well, then I will just turn it over to Charles. And I know Elaine will be doing the presentation, but Charles, would you like to introduce this?
Yeah, great. Thanks very much. Good evening, Chair, members of the board, and welcome to Board Member Boone, and thanks in advance for your service to the board. It's nice to have you. The application before you this evening represents a milestone in a long journey toward helping to improve the Hill, and really goes back to 2014 when Council commissioned the initial Hill reinvestment strategy to help identify sites on the Hill that could accommodate catalytic projects that would help to stabilize and improve the economic and physical conditions on University Hill, but also while helping to provide for more of a diverse mix of uses. And I think the project is also really the result of some excellent feedback provided from Planning Board, City Council, as well as the Design Advisory Board during the concept plan phase last year. In addition to feedback and input from many of our partners and neighbors on the Hill over the years. So with that said, I'm really pleased to turn it over to Elaine McLaughlin. She served as the case manager on this application for the past few years, and she'll be presenting staff's analysis this evening.
Very good. Thank you, Charles. Good evening, everyone. While I get this presentation booted up. So for this evening, we're gonna take a look at some housekeeping, so to speak, for starters, and that is the review process that this has been in. Some of the board members saw this as a concept plan. It came in December of 2019. And then in February, a year ago, Planning Board reviewed it, City Council reviewed it. An application was made for the site review applications, and then Design Advisory Board reviewed it. So it's had a whole host of review. Tonight, we're taking a look at the site and use review applications, which are also subject to council call-up consideration. And then if it gets approved, the next steps are tech doc and building permit. So it's important to note that as part of the review, the required public notification was given per the code. And at the time of the memo preparation, there were 2 members of the public that commented. And since then, the board's received additional comments, primarily indicating support, but there's also a letter with some remaining concerns from a representative of the sorority next door. So starting with just a quick overview, we'll take a look at the built context, the planning context, both of which help to inform the project, a brief overview of the proposed project, which the applicant will then hopefully spend some more time on, and we have a couple key issues to take a look at. So when we start from an aerial perspective of the location, it's as most of us know, it's pretty evident that it's uniquely located across Broadway from the main campus of CU. And you can also see it's juxtaposed there near those red clay tile roofs, pretty distinctive, and it's near the University Hill Business District. So from an aerial perspective, you get a pretty good sense of the varied and eclectic character that this sits in. In terms of the planning context, the broad planning context, the comprehensive plan has for decades identified 3 regional centers, 3 regional activity centers that constitute the highest level of intensity and form a triangle, as you can see in Boulder's geographic center, with the downtown, BVRC, and CU together with University Hill Business District. And they're defined generally as places with potential for infill and redevelopment that are higher intensity compared to established residential neighborhoods. University Hill is also considered a neighborhood center that essentially serves the neighborhood as a gathering place, providing goods and services, essentially a walkable 15-minute neighborhood. Then the BVCP further defines the importance of the central area under the urban design framework for the city, which identifies key activity centers along the central stretch of Broadway, including University Hill, which is then specifically identified as an opportunity site within that framework plan. And the university is essentially the north bookend of UGID, the University Hill General Improvement District that was established about 50 years ago as a self-taxing district to support both parking and improvements that could lend a robust retail environment for the University Hill Business District that for decades has been a commercial district with a variety of retail, restaurants, and entertainment venues. We'll take a little closer look at a couple minutes on the character. And then for several years preceding concept plan and site review, the site was focus of city efforts with the University Hill revitalization strategy, as Charles talked about. And it was really the goal to restore University Hill Business District to more of a year-round vitality, since over time, the Hill had essentially become a student destination, and there was very little in the way of business during the summer and winter breaks. So in 2014, City Council looked at ways to strategize this site as a catalyst site and essentially anchor that northern end of the University Hill. And really intended to increase foot traffic and improve overall attractiveness for the district. The site, like the rest of the business district, is considered mixed use business. As you can see, it essentially encompasses that area of University Hill Business District. And the zoning's in keeping with the land use defined as areas generally anchored around a main street intended to serve surrounding residential neighborhoods. And its anticipated development will occur in a pedestrian-oriented pattern with buildings built up to the street, retail uses on the first floor, residential and offices above that, and where complementary uses may be allowed. In this case, a hotel is allowed in BMS through the use review. So the built context, you can see how it's built out in terms of the mixed use business and land use and zoning over time. You can see from this drone footage, which is really quite exceptional. It illustrates that eclectic character, and it's evident of the variety of building styles that you get, everything from the Flatiron Cinema to that modernist former art hardware building. And you can see not only parking lots, but you can see along 13th Street where some of the big old residential buildings were retrofitted over time with retail in their front yards. And then you get a sense also of the site itself and its surroundings. The site is surrounded by a number of different uses. You can see it's pretty eclectic. Just immediately surrounding the site, adjacent to the northwest, is the Kappa Kappa Gamma sorority house, along with some apartment buildings and townhouses. There's a gasoline station, a convenience store across the street to the south, along with a 3.5-story commercial building built in 1912 that today has half-fast subs and full cycle sports. There's also single family residential along with duplex and triplex homes that back up to the commercial buildings in the University Hill. And of course, across Broadway, there's a number of those larger collegiate buildings on the campus. So also as a part of the campus diagonally across Broadway and University is the proposed conference center and hotel planned by the university. It's important to note that because the university is a state entity, there's no discretionary review ability for the city. However, it's acknowledged that the site and the proposal would have a good synergy with the proposed conference center use. Then the site itself has been developed for decades. It consists of surface parking lots on the southwest side that's owned today by UGID, along with several buildings, the most prominent of which is that 2-story inline walk-up building. It's mostly catering to student-oriented retail and restaurants. There's tattoo shops and laundromats, head shops, and so forth. And it's important to note that there's a significant grade change on the site, which goes about 16 feet from that low point on University up to the high point. So onto the existing site, the applicant's proposing a hotel along with retail, cafe, uses in 2 interconnected buildings, one of which aligns Broadway and the other on the west side of the site. And the proposal equates to essentially a 1.8 or 1.57 FAR, where 1.85 is permitted in the BMS. About 25% of the ground level is planned as open space with interconnected plazas, and there's below grade valet parking for 50 spaces. Let's back up just a little here. The building design is contemporary, and it has traditional elements that include brick detailing, window fenestration, and openings that are traditional in their configuration, along with ground floor storefront and buildings that present essentially 3 stories on Pleasant and on Broadway. And then because of that topographic change, the building mass moves up the slope. And so the building equates to a 51-foot height as measured from that low point along University that we're looking here in elevation. But you can see that the building presents itself as 3 stories. For key issue 1 and consistency with the site review criteria, we'll focus on a few of the criteria found in your packet. Regarding that first criteria that asks if the proposed project is consistent on balance with the relevant policies of the comp plan, you'll note there's a number of policies that the applicant has addressed on the left. And on the right are policies that indicate the city will support or will value these activities that fulfill these various policies. In that regard, revitalization of the hill supports role of tourism as well as a vital and reproductive retail base. Regarding the criteria for open space, as is noted in the memo, staff finds this usable open space is arranged to be accessible and functional and incorporating quality landscaping as the criteria suggests. It's important to note that the applicant utilized that grade change and created some interesting spaces and outdoor rooms and provides things like seating on the stairway, as well as benches and seating areas and opportunities for cafe seating within the plaza spaces. Also regarding the criterion related to the linkage of open space to area or citywide systems, the illustration on the right shows the connectivity of the pathway through the site to the University Hill as well as downtown, and then that future CU conference center. And essentially it opens up the site and allows folks to have an alternative path to that really highly traveled Broadway. For circulation policies, the applicant shows a number of TDM techniques to reduce single occupant vehicles and is limiting the land devoted to the street system by placing that parking below grade. And that helps to address other site review criteria. The applicant's also proposing to unbundle parking, provide a pool of bikes for employees and guests, participate in the city's EcoPass program, and will also provide bus passes to guests of the hotel. Applicants also constructing a new bus shelter along Broadway. It's intended to serve those many different bus lines including the Flex, the Dash, Skip, Flatiron Flyer, and relevant to this use, of course, is the AB airport buses. So in terms of building design and height in the context, as noted, while 3 stories would be the predominant perceived height because of the slope of the height, that portion of the 3rd story has the appearance of rising above the 3rd story. However, in the context, which is varied, 3 to 4 stories would be consistent with the surroundings, as you can see. And then, for example, on that north elevation along University, there's that 3-story northern wing of the building that in context consistent with the adjacent 3-story sorority house that also sits a little bit elevated up on a hill. And the building also in this context steps up that same hill. And that's why there's that transition in 3 stories. Regarding human or pedestrian level design, the proposed project renderings and plans appear to illustrate a pretty vibrant pedestrian experience with transparency and active spaces planned along the surrounding streets of University Avenue, Broadway, and Pleasant, as well as the 2-tiered plaza spaces that are framed with active uses, essentially 2-sided coming from Broadway and going into that interior pedestrian space. The materials palette's relatively simple with brick, metal, panel, and wood. There's accents of brick patterning planned with projecting courses, and the applicant intends to use a sculptural brick patterning on the broad corner on University and Broadway. In terms of minimizing cut and fill as a criteria, as noted, it's a pretty unusual triangular shaped site with that transition in grade. And so the applicant intends to utilize the grade by cutting into the slope on the southwest side to place parking below grade. And in essence, the applicant utilized that topographic transition to step up, as you can see, from University over into Pleasant Street. And then regarding the new criteria H for community benefit, while the sites within the area of the code under Appendix J where height modifications can be considered, the project subject to a new site review criterion related to community benefit. Because the building along this western property line has 3 stories above grade, along with partially below grade parking, there's a little bit of an area that bounces up above the grade, which would count as a story under our code. And so it's subject to the provisions that draft calculations staff prepared that estimate a bonus area for community benefit approximately $285,000. With regard to key issue 2 and consistency with the use review criteria, we're going to highlight a few of those criteria from your packet. For the rationale, there's 2 applicable standards as the use would provide a compatible transition between the higher intensity uses of the university, of course, combined with the University Hill Commercial District, and of course, residential areas to the north and the west. It's a hotel use is essentially a temporary residence where a quiet environment is really the gold standard for how to operate their business. Similarly, the project can be considered a necessity to foster a specific city policy. In this case, as described in policy 2.20, which we discussed about encouraging this as a focal point and a catalyst site along that central Broadway corridor. And then in terms of compatibility, the applicant identified a number of operating characteristics that are part of the management plan that would be approved as part of the project, everything from on-site property management during business hours, a 24/7 concierge service, specific arrival and departure times for guests, parking management and valet service, amenity spaces that are monitored, such as the hot tub hours and rules. And then deliveries and trash recycling functions are also part of that. And that's the end of the staff presentation. I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much, Elaine. Great presentation. Yes, let's go ahead and open it up to the board for questions. And as always, to respect the public can get, save our long analyses for later. We try to keep it to questions that are that the city staff can answer that will help us when we deliberate. So with that, I'll take hands for questions. Sarah.
Thanks. Elaine, can you talk us through a bit the design advisory board's feedback on retail building B and C? I saw that there was some not questions, but ideas raised, and I would just I'm finding those two sort of, they keep blocking my sense of the building. So I'm just sort of curious if you could walk us through what the design advisory board talked about.
So at the time when it was at Design Advisory Board, there were some elements of the building that are now different. They've redesigned them based on that, but it was that northwest corner of retail building B had a staircase that was essentially a utility staircase that went up into the second floor. And that was a pretty prominent intersection to have something like that. So they redesigned that. Similarly, there's a central portion that has, it's essentially like a lantern, so to speak, because it's a fairly transparent element. At the time, they had a different type of design that the DAB suggested, opening up that to be more of a transparent lantern, so to speak. And in terms of making sure that there's a retail street face as it turns the corner on University, that was another one of their comments. And that's all I recall off the top of my head, but I could flip through their minutes while we're talking and see if I can come up with others, or maybe the applicant knows. But they spent quite a bit of time there.
Okay, I think there was a comment about permeability of the walkway, that and I might have been misunderstanding, but it's read as if what I guess is the lantern space sort of interrupted some of the pedestrian flow. I might have misunderstood the analysis, but that was what I thought I saw.
Yeah, I'm not sure that actually came up, but I think it had to do with transparency, being able to see through that space, because formerly it had been kind of a hard wall there.
Okay, thank you.
John? Oh, you're muted still. There we go.
Serving as the liaison to DAB, I was there for that meeting too, and Sarah, I think you're correct that there was some discussion of that element there, and it's not clear to me exactly how it changed as a consequence of that discussion. Maybe Elaine can describe in more detail, but it was discussed by DAB.
Or we could ask the applicant if that would be more appropriate. Is that okay? Great. Other questions? John, I think I saw your hand first.
Yeah.
Then George.
Yeah, thank you. Elaine, I was wondering, can you go into a little bit more detail on that analysis of the community benefit and the $285,000 that you mentioned? I didn't quite follow your comment there.
Yes, and I think it would probably be easiest if I provided you with some slides that I didn't want to take up too much time with the staff presentation, but it's a fairly detailed new code section, which essentially says that if you have a 4th or 5th story, that it's considered bonus floor area. In terms of a hotel use, it's based on a percentage of rooms of the overall building number of rooms for that west building. And essentially, here's the math. So it's a little bit detailed, but let's see if we can go over it. In general, the floor area of the west building is around 98,000 square feet. The 4th floor is about 23,800 square feet. When you create a percentage, it works out to be about 24%. So you take the total guest rooms of that west building, 129, and you multiply it by that percentage, it works out to be 31 rooms. And then similarly for the area within the West Building, that's a ground floor retail space, because essentially that ground floor retail is part of that 4-story building. There's a similar kind of calculation. And so what it works out to be, and this, what you see on the left of the screen are the impact fees, and those change over time. So of course this could go up over time, but you take the retail restaurant fee, and that's a per square foot calculation, and you multiply it by 1.43, which is essentially a 43% increase for that percentage of the building. And it works out to provide about 27,000. Then for the hotel at the lower end, lower part of the screen, it's taking that per room fee, and you multiply it out by that 1.43, that essentially 43% increase. And that works out to be a higher fee. And you multiply that by that percentage of rooms. So when you put these two together combined, it's about $285,000. Does that address your question?
Yeah, thank you. I guess I haven't been aware of those numbers. So that's very interesting to see those. Thank you.
Yep, and part of the challenge of putting numbers together like this and then locking it into a site review is it may change over time. As I say, then the impact fees go up annually, and if this is an approval that lasts 3 years, it could change. And similarly, the applicant may add rooms, for example, or change the floor area. So it changes that dynamic. But in general, it appears to be that it's about 250,000 for the hotel rooms, and then 27,000 for the retail. And of course, this is above and beyond the impact fees that'll be required for affordable housing linkage fee for commercial uses. So this is above and beyond that.
And I think, Elaine, this is the first project of its type to actually be affected by this new code change, if I'm not mistaken. So it's a bit new to all of us.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think, George, you were next, and Lupita, I think I saw your hand coming up after that. So George, if you want to start.
Yeah, and if this has been covered elsewhere, since I'm new to the process, we can address it later. I saw in that cutaway, it appeared like the parking was stacked in the project. And I wanted to understand how that was going to operate, because I hadn't seen that in any, or if there are other projects in Boulder that have that condition already, and do we understand how that operates?
So I think it's a great question for the applicant. It's a relatively new system, but it's a pretty efficient use of land if you think about it. So I think it's a great question for the applicant.
Okay, thank you.
We can loop back for that. Lupita?
Actually, that was my question. And I did have that kind of stack parking when I was in Boston at the place where I worked. And I used it. I have more of the questions in terms of details, because I don't think I've seen it in Boulder, but I certainly did it decades ago in Boston. So maybe I'll wait for the applicant and we'll ask some more questions about that.
Thank you. Sarah?
Elaine, I have a question about the programming for the retail space. We've had so many projects come before us where the use reviews require or end up requiring issues about amplification and hours and stuff like that. And I'm just curious how the use of the retail space might be programmed, and whether ultimately that may come back before us, or whether they just get an okay to utilize these retail spaces and that's the end of it, and we won't see it again unless there's complaints.
There are certain triggers for use review for cafe seating. And so you may end up seeing it if cafes go in that meet those standards. But for now, I think what they're suggesting is there's some spaces with demised walls to indicate that it's intended to be smaller retail or cafe spaces.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Any other questions for staff? I know that when the city council called this up in concept review last year, there were a couple of questions about the sewer relocation and whether that, if there are any complexities expected. So just to honor their interest, does it look like that's all going to go through smoothly?
Yes, indeed. And in fact, that was a key issue for a lot of the review. And I know our engineers working with the applicants' engineers came up with some solutions there, but that would have been pretty challenging to build a hotel otherwise. So they're going to have to vacate that easement, relocate the sewer line, and then essentially reestablish a new sewer easement. But it's off the property, in other words.
Okay. But it doesn't sound like there's any showstoppers with going forward with that. So
Correct.
that I just wanted to cover that because that was in the call up. Any other questions? John.
Yeah, thank you. Perhaps after you completed the analysis, we received these letters from the attorney for the sorority neighboring this project. And I just wondered if staff had any response or concerns or thoughts about the points and concerns raised by the sorority.
So we do have some information from the applicant with regard to that. And I think it'd be helpful to have the applicant discuss that as well. But I know they've had additional conversations, and I think it'd be helpful to understand where it's at today.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Okay, well, with that, are we ready to hear from the applicant? Great, let's do that. I know that the standard is 10 minutes. I know this is a pretty big project, so I guess, am I turning it over to Danica Powell to start? And you can let us know if 10 minutes will be enough to cover this, or because I, as chair, can give you a little more time if you need it.
We were hoping for 15 if possible. It's a pretty big project and we have a lot to share with you.
Right.
And Maureen does need access, I think, to share the slide deck. So Jean, I don't know if you saw that. And we have lots of other information. So as you ask questions, we've got lots of backup slides. So we're prepared. So we'll do the best with our 15 minutes and then be ready for more questions.
Perfect. Yeah, that should work. And then again, after the public hearing, there will be another 3 minutes for rebuttal. So great. Well, take it away. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you. We're very pleased to be here tonight. It has been a long journey and many people have been involved. Hopefully you'll hear from some of them tonight. And thank you, Planning Board, for your time and hopefully what will be a productive evening. Welcome, Board Member Boone, to the Planning Board. It's a wonderful privilege to serve on the Planning Board. I did it several years ago and it was a great opportunity. So we're pleased to be here tonight and share the design and community-driven design process with you. As Elaine mentioned, there's a significant history with getting this project to this point, and many neighbors, businesses, and stakeholders have spent years realizing this vision. So in the next 15 minutes, we'll go through these key objectives. Next slide. As Elaine described, this site is located prominently in the University Hill neighborhood. Next slide. One of the first things we did, and Chris Shears, the lead architect, did, was spend time in Carnegie Library, really trying to understand all of the complexity and history and building nuances. There's been a lot of change. There's a lot of historical essences in this building area. And so we really wanted to try and define it, but we realized we couldn't. There's so much character in so many different types of buildings. So we really used that as we thought about all of these different spaces in and around the project. Next slide. So in terms of timeline and community outreach, like I said, this project has been worked on for many, many years. Next slide. But over the last 2 years, we've really focused on this site review, on this building configuration. And so we've really worked with many different stakeholders, including lots of organized groups, including Plan Boulder, Better Boulder, the Boulder Chamber. We had a big concept review session with Boulder Planning Board and City Council last year. And since that point in time, we've really worked with the neighbors to discuss different components of this project, whether it's the outdoor space, the vibe of the interiors, the permeability, or, with the design advisory board, very specific elements of the design. And so here we are today presenting our site and use review to you. We'll proceed to technical documents and building permit and hope to start construction later this year. Next slide. So in terms of specifically who we met with in the neighborhood, we met with CU students, including the Kappa Kappa Gamma sorority and their representation many times over the last year. We've met with the CU Real Estate Group, CU Environmental Design. We had a student-led environmental design charrette with students and worked with them on different aspects of the project and brought some of the history to them as well with some of the business owners and entrepreneurs who've been on this in this location for years. We've also worked very closely with the University Hill Neighborhood Association, who's been advocating for this project and so they've provided design feedback, as well as feedback on the access and circulation and outdoor spaces. We've worked very closely with UCampC. And as I mentioned, we had a Vibe of the Hill listening session where we just went out to all of the business owners and long timers on the Hill and just let them share their stories and their ideas. And we incorporated that into the project. Next slide. Specifically at Planning Board last year, these were the types of issues that we were advised to pay close attention to. And as Elaine mentioned, we've been working on those. So you'll hopefully see that in the refinement of the architecture and site design. Next slide. In City Council, we also had a very robust discussion about the buildings and really articulating them and creating not large stacked rectangles, but really articulated buildings with lots of layers. Amy will later talk about that. The commercial spaces have been designed to be small and flexible so that they can be repurposed and used for different businesses and also support small businesses. We also talked about the views through the site and how to open it up more and create more open space. And we've included community members in the design, which we did, and created the mixed use aspect and trying to avoid the feeling of too much concrete. And we had the advantage of not having a parking garage under our site. So we were able to really bolster the landscaping throughout the site and put lots of big trees, including preserving some existing trees along the public rights of way. Next slide. From University Hill Neighborhood Association, we did receive a lot of support, but wanted to address the pedestrian activity as well as connectivity to the hill proper to the south, and utilizing materials that we can find in the neighborhood as inspiration, but not necessarily matching, and engaging the neighborhood to find out how we can make a mixed use project successful. UCampC, we're comfortable with the building mass and scale and are excited for this upgrade for the neighborhood. They wanted neighborhood scale retail, which we've included along the Broadway, and really looking at alley enhancement and management and working closely with UGID to really make the alleys safe and welcoming and have good maintenance programs. Vibe of the Hill was really interesting to talk about how do we bring long-term and year-round activity to the site and kind of balance the very seasonal activity that's there now and creating alternatives, not more taco joints, but healthy restaurants, and bringing back the return of the music scene. So there was a really interest in bringing and addressing some of the music and climbing and history that's been on the Hill for many, many years. Next slide. Environmental design students had lots of great ideas about the community spaces, and we've received a lot of support from different neighbors, property owners, businesses, and design professionals in the community. Next slide. So with respect to Kappa, I do have more details on the specific letter that you received, but for now, I'll start with once we did make contact with Kappa right after our hearing and have been working with them. The property owners, the Beta Mu Corporation, as well as their attorney since March 2020. And so what we heard from the very beginning, including going to the site and walking their building and the area and really looking at what their views were from all of the rooms and the patio, was a real interest in privacy and building separation. So right away, we separated the building more than the existing building, and we started designing a 12-foot wall to recreate the separation that is provided by the current building. We talked about construction impacts, and so we addressed those in our use review through the management plan and alley management plan. We talked about parking and how we would manage that, and hotel operations and maintenance, and increasing safety in the area was a very large priority. We also talked about, so specifically what we did was create an alley management plan to talk about hotel loading and service. We designed this wall and asked for a variance, which was supported by staff, to go to 12 feet, beyond, which is currently 7 feet allowed. We separated the buildings. We protected the parking and service areas. We created a footpath specifically for the Kappa women who do travel from the back door of their building to Pleasant. And so it's kind of an unofficial path they've used for years, and it was expressed to us it's very important to maintain that accessibility. And so we did design that path specifically for those neighbors to our east. And then we've made hot tub accommodations in sight lines and spacing, and provided traffic study data, and are moving a telephone pole and trying to clean up the alley to the extent that we can to remove obstacles. Next slide. Community benefits. We have, through the prior agreement on the sale of the land, we've already committed $200,000 in tenant relocation for the businesses. And some of those businesses have started to move with the help of Community Vitality and identifying places to move into the Hill. There's a high level of vacancy. A lot of community open space and plazas, community art, transportation, revitalization, and student access and opportunities. Next slide. One key component of our project is a lot of art. And so we've looked at building and sculptural art on some of the larger expanses of brick on the outside of our building. And we are also partnering with BMOCA to curate indoor art with local artists and have rotating and seasonal art displays and permanent displays showcasing local art. Next slide. So now I'm going to pass it off to Chris to talk a little bit more about the design and get through the rest of our presentation.
Thank you, Danica, and good evening, everybody. I'm Chris Shears with Shears Atkins Rockmore Architects for the project. Randy Nichols, Matt Joblin, and Dan Schutz of the development team are listening in this evening as well, and other members of the design and engineering team are listening. I want to just mention 4 general objectives that have driven the design of this project from day one. And these objectives came from the development team and from the neighborhood and from all the input that we've received over time. They are that this should be a vibrant mixed-use development, that this needs to be integrated into the Hill, be a comfortable fit with the neighborhood and the community. We wanted to establish a destination and a northern bookend to the Hill, and in addition to transition to downtown, and certainly to provide community benefits important to every project in Boulder. Note the before and after images as I'm speaking. I think these are interesting. The existing conditions on the site and then the building that we're proposing. It's important to recognize that many members of the community have been involved in the evolution of this project over the last 4 years, I think maybe more than 4 years, and we thank them for their contributions. Tonight you are reviewing and discussing the results of the efforts, not just of the development team, but of many. And I'll have to say that this has been a fun and very rewarding process. And speaking of many, this development is for everybody, inside and out. We like to characterize the ground level lobby, the plazas, and the retail as a community gathering place, or actually a community living room. Everybody who has contributed to this project should be proud. We have a short presentation with an animated fly around at the end. And I will now hand the presentation over to Amy McCann, an architect in our office. Amy?
Thank you, Chris. So you can see here, compared to the 2020 concept rendering shown on top, how the design has matured and developed. However, the core strategies have really remained intact. And you can see on this slide the feedback that we received from DAB and how we've refined and developed the massing and helped communicate the change in materiality at this area where you have that lantern of retail B projecting out. When we look at the site plan, you can see the unique shape of the site with the 3 sides of street frontages and an alley that intersects at our on-site service and loading turnaround. There's also a 16-foot grade change from north to south. So the level 1 on the south end actually becomes a level above grade at University. We have 2 building masses, the main building on the west and the Broadway building on the east, which are connected by a bridge at the hotel guest room levels above grade, and then also by a service tunnel below grade. We have the hotel lobby shown in blue along Pleasant with valet drop-off and loading zone on Pleasant. Further to the west is the garage access that will take you down to the below grade valet parking. The hotel also has.
Sorry to interrupt, you've got 2 minutes.
Okay, great. You go to the next slide. So as we've been designing the project, we've focused on making sure that it's contextual for the hill and keeping that edgy and authentic vibe. You can go to the next one, speed through these. The community plazas, the buildings define these plazas, and we're really wanting to make sure that they become a community benefit. So we anticipate these plazas being used for day-to-day passive uses, but also active larger gatherings. So we have made sure that this has been a prime piece of the design moving forward. The lobby of the hotel, we have nicknamed the living room of the hill. So we really want to make sure that it, like the plazas, is inclusive and open to the general public to use on a daily basis. In terms of materiality, as Elaine mentioned, we're looking at 2 different brick materials, one for the main building and the red at the main building and gray brick at the Broadway building to help scale down the massing of the project. And then in terms of the architectural authenticity, we're wanting to make sure that the ground floor has a lot of transparency. So we have maintained that design throughout the project. The brick blank wall that you see here, we are working with BMocha to help curate an art piece that could be a public benefit. And then in terms of the site mobility, so for looking at the mobility around the neighborhood, the site is really complementary to the circulation patterns in the area. I just have a couple more and then we have our fly through. So I just wanted to point out the CU Conference Center, that's catty corner to our site, and the permeability through our site and how it relates to the future activated alley behind 13th Street. And then this is our last slide before the fly through. So just taking a peek at the site mobility, you can see here the on-site delivery turnaround for delivery trucks to help limit the traffic that's along the alley. And then there's also standard parking along Pleasant that will be utilized for retail loading zones. And we also wanted to maintain that permeability and porosity through the site. Okay, so this is about 1 minute, 30 seconds. So we're just coming up through Broadway, coming to the lower plaza. So we're on the north end of the site. You can see the retail spaces to the right and the meeting room projecting overhead. Coming up to the terrace seating. Now making our way up to the upper plaza. So retail spaces on the left and the hotel patio on the right. And that activated alley across Pleasant. This is the hotel entry, and you can see the garage entry off to the left. So you can see our 2 brick materials and how we've maintained a fenestration pattern between the 2 buildings, but also keeping them distinct to help scale down the project. We've worked with the city to develop the right-of-way section along here on Broadway to prioritize pedestrian safety. So we have a full tree lawn. Making our way back to the lower plaza. And these are the meeting room massings. And then you can see that step back at the 3rd floor. And we did want to share that we had some physical models that we have in our office. So we regret that we can't share them with you in person while we're doing this meeting virtually, but they are beautiful, they do exist. So hopefully at one point you get to see them. So thank you for taking the time to review the project. And we look forward to helping answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Amy, Chris, and Danica for that presentation. I know 15 minutes goes by very quickly with something this size, so I'm sure that the questions will help you to add a few details that you may have not been able to. So let's go ahead and open it up to questions from Planning Board. Who would like to start? Don.
Yeah, thank you. So you heard my question before about how you're dealing with the concerns of the sorority nearby. Can you say a little bit more about their concerns and how you're addressing them?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Maureen, can you put that slide up from our presentation? It will help us talk through this. Thank you. So as I mentioned, we've been working with them and identified some very key design attributes that we have brought through the project, including the wall and the sidewalk and the size of the windows and a lot of privacy and security type issues, as well as separation of the building, et cetera. So we have been working with their representative for the last year. And then on, I think a couple days ago, we received the additional email that you received asking for these 10 types of conditions. And so what I wanted to do is just quickly go through those and just explain where we are at with discussing those with the applicant. And I'd like to say we've agreed to all of them. What's needs to be worked out is the right mechanism to confirm that those are agreed upon. And so some of those will be conditions of approval and some of them may be subject to private agreement. So in terms of additional traffic into the alley, there was concern about the service vehicles that will be entering our site from the alley and any conflicts that may arise. So we did address this in our management plan, our alley management plan. Based on our traffic engineer, we estimate 2 vehicles per day will be entering our garage from that alley. So it's a very small amount of traffic. The other trip generation will happen along Pleasant and into our garage. So it's just 2 service tracks. We've designed the service vehicles to enter our building inside the service delivery and have turnaround. And so we would agree to any further coordination, timing of deliveries, et cetera. And we thought that best be provided in a memorandum of understanding between us and the property owner. So we've prepared a draft of that MOU and presented that. And we've been discussing it over the last 2 days. In terms of the alley management plan, again, so there was some maintenance request and some other more management requests for that alley. We will agree to everything that was requested. The only thing we cannot agree to is maintenance of the alley. It is a public right of way And our understanding is that the private property owners aren't able to maintain that, but we certainly would work to advocate with the city and UJID to increase maintenance in the alley and help, support whatever way we can. In terms of the hot tub amenity, we had designed that to really limit line of sight into their property and their building and resident rooms, but they've asked for a revised layout, and we've agreed to that, and we'd be happy to condition that on our approval. So in terms of flipping the hot tub and moving it away from their side and providing the screening. So we're happy to, and that seems like a reasonable condition of approval because it's something we can address in our site design. Windows on the west side, they were asking for smaller windows and sill height and not all the way down to the floor windows. We believe we've addressed that in our existing site plan. And so we'd be happy to go through what we've done. The buildings are not operable. They're smaller than the rest of the building and they do not go to the ground floor. But certainly if that doesn't meet the standard, that can be a condition of approval. I think we just would need time to go through that with them and explain what's been done. And if it needs more revision, we're happy to do that. The privacy wall, there was additional design requested on that. We designed a 12-foot CMU wall at a cost of about $150,000 and have offered that they can design their side of the wall and clad it in whatever materials. We're happy to continue discussing the design of that wall, but that feels like, again, maybe a private property discussion between us and them, as well as the maintenance of that wall was a request. And so we're happy to agree to that and figure that out. The southern gate was asked to be shifted, and so we will agree to that and would happily have that as a condition of approval because that is, again, related to our site design. There was another request for screening protection from site smells and vermin. We believe that's addressed by the building code, but if there's additional concerns beyond what we have to do by building code, we're happy to, again, do that in a memorandum of understanding with our neighbors. Or if the city thinks it needs to be a condition, that's fine as well. A hotel management plan, we are creating that sidewalk. There's some questions about additional lighting and security. We again, are happy to work with them on how to maintain that and make sure that it's adequately lit. We're also bound by the lighting standards and not allowed to have light spillover. And I believe we have a little light spillover just to keep that safe, but there's only so much, we can do by code. And then we think an MOU and a use agreement with an easement would also help in making sure that they have access and continued access to that sidewalk in the future. A third-party geotech, monitoring their building during the construction of ours. And we have already agreed to hire a third-party geotech, pay for it, and take any recommendations that are identified by that geotechnical professional and implement them, and then provide ongoing review of that throughout the construction process. So we did agree to that in writing in our narrative and in our use agreement. If there needs to be additional agreement, we're happy to provide that with whatever that looks like. The swamp cooler and protecting that from dust and debris during construction, absolutely we'll do that. And we believe it is addressed in the building code and state regs, but again, if additional protection is desired, we're happy to agree to that in the memorandum of understanding that we prepared. And I hope that helps answer your question. Commissioner Gersel.
John, I'll let you follow up, but just Danica, if we have these conditions of approval possibilities, it would probably take the planning board a long time to get into the details of that. If we approve tonight, is it kind of an assumption, and maybe Elaine can help out, that those potential conditions of approval that are still under discussion could get resolved to everyone's satisfaction? Helen, did you want to jump in on that one?
Yeah, I'll respond to that. So right now, the project you're reviewing is the plans that were provided. And I think what Danica is proposing and was explaining is conditions of approval that the applicant is fine with. And I think some of what's requested is not really subject to site review criteria. But some of it is relevant to your review, and some of it is relevant to your use review. And if you want to impose conditions of approval, then we should then you should include them in any approval if that's where you land tonight. And I can help with that.
Okay, yeah. I saw at least 3 on that chart that we may want to consider. And of course, we still will be hearing public comment before we start to do that. So yeah, if we can start to get something together, that would be useful. Thank you. John, did you have anything to add about that one? Or?
Yeah, just to follow up with another related question, and that is the path that goes from the sorority over the alley to Pleasant Street along the west side of the building. It looks to me like it's not very direct. It sort of zigs along the building and then goes to the west and then to the south again to get to Pleasant Street, if I am reading the plans correctly. And I'm just wondering why there can't be just a straight path, the shortest possible distance to Pleasant Street from the alley.
That's a great question. And we wish that was in our power to provide. There is another property owner who owns a very small parking lot where that's at. And if we want to pull up a diagram, I'm happy to do that. But there's a very small parking lot. And so we have to go around that and stay on our property in order to dedicate or to create this pathway. And so you can see here, it says adjacent property right below the transformer. You can see my,
yeah,
thank you, Maureen. Oh, no, up to the right. Yeah, right there. So that's another property owner that's not party to this application. It's not Kappa. And so what we have to do is bring the sidewalk down the public right of way and then wrap around our building, as you can see right below the adjacent property. So while we would love to cross the property, we cannot do it. And I think historically that's the path that they've used, but we don't have legal rights to cross his property.
Have you had any discussions with that property owner?
I believe we have, and and he's providing parking in that location for an offsite property, so I don't believe he's willing to give that up. The truth is they'll probably walk across it. It's a very undevelopable parcel. It's just a parking parcel kind of sitting there by itself. So our assumption is they will probably cross the parking lot, but we can't, we were unable to get access to his land.
Okay, well, thank you.
And sometimes when you have these informal pathways, it's best not to make too much noise.
Yeah, I'm assuming that path there'll be a straight shot in the future, but we also wanted to ensure that it was there forever as well.
Okay, thank you. Okay, more questions. Sarah.
Thank you. I have two design questions and a parking question. So I'll start with the design questions, and the first has to do with that pinch to the permeability, and I'm wondering if you can discuss what, other than the cladding from, I think must have been a blank wall to glass, that has changed, and whether it was very hard to tell from the flat prints what that actually looks like. So maybe you could take us back there and talk us through that.
Sure. So I think there's two pieces to it. When we were talking about the permeability through the site, I think that was more in terms of pedestrians moving through the plaza. So if we want to pull up a couple of renderings, so we're looking in 3D, we could do that as well. But that then,
yeah.
So Maureen, are you able to share?
Yes, I just need to find which slide.
Like maybe 23.
Sorry, this is hard to do when we're not all in the same room. We're doing our best.
So this image in the top right shows that permeability through the site. So some of the changes that we made in response to feedback that we got from the DAB presentation and review was that this portion of the site felt a little pinched. So some of the pieces that we adjusted in response to DAB's comments were the meeting B, which is that lantern overhead, is just in the top right of that image. We've moved that whole mass forward or to the north by a couple feet to help with that pinch point. And then another comment we received was having the steps as you're walking up, having those spread out. We had them all in one flight. And so we've introduced 2 landings in between to help spread that out. And so that it's not as dense.
Can you give me a measurement, like how wide is, with those additional 2 feet between the 2 pillars, like how much space is that? Do you know off the top of your head?
I don't have that measurement on hand, but we have some people working behind the scenes, so we might be able to get that number to you.
Okay. That'd be
so
helpful. Thank you. That's helpful. And I'll look to see if someone puts that number up. And then the other design question is about the big blank walls. And I know that the north wall on building retail A, I think, is going to be something, some piece of art. What about the other big blank walls? What are you planning there?
These are great questions. So before I moved to the blank walls, we did get a dimension. This is like calling for my lifelines. So we shifted the meeting B volume 6 feet to the north.
Okay.
So Maureen, let's hop to a slide. Architectural authenticity 26. So we talked in detail with the DAB about the extent of the art installations and the brick texture patterning on the exterior. When we brought our drawings to DAB, we were proposing having art on more facades than just this one. However, with DAB's feedback and collaborative discussion, we landed on the fact that it might, I'm trying to think of a quote that Kevin in our office said about like the spaces in between the notes is what makes beautiful music. And so having that blank facade helps the building sing. And so we didn't want to make it too busy and have art installations on every blank wall. So we agreed that this location being the prime location as the site is approached from Pearl Street and from campus makes for a great opportunity for that art and textured patterning.
So are you saying that these other walls will maybe not all of them, but there will be brick texturing on them, but not necessarily artwork?
Where we landed with DAB was to just have the interest on this one wall. So, so the other blank walls would just be a solid canvas.
Okay, thank you.
Without too much interest, yeah.
Any other questions? Peter?
I have a follow-up to Sarah's point on a variant on her question about the art and the walls. What is the relationship and the process and structure with BMoCA? And could there be a scenario that those talks break down and we get nothing? Or that, is there a contractual relationship? And apologies if it was covered elsewhere.
Yeah, I'll let Chris cover that.
Maybe I can answer that question. We just about 3 or 4 months ago approached BMoCA and David Didone, W. Didone, and asked if they would participate in the curation of art for everything, inside and outside. And we didn't establish any particular rules or criteria, and we're still actually moving through that process. There will be something on the wall that we've been talking about. That's been determined, and it was a long discussion with DAB actually, and a very interesting discussion because previously we had proposed maybe more. And I think what we realized and they realized was that it was too much. It was just too much. And it's like everything else, it can be too much of one thing. So we want to focus on this wall, and we'll continue to work with them to determine what it will be. My prediction is that we will use the brick and the relief of the brick to create a pattern or to create some sort of image. And there are many, many wonderful examples. Danica showed a couple of them that we can learn from. So it's a work in progress, and it's it's unique to be able to work with a local contemporary art museum to curate the art. This is not normal with hotels, and we all know that because we've been in a lot of hotels where the art has no relationship at all to the community. In this case, that will be the exception.
So there is no firm relationship. And I mean, Chris, you're in a unique position to understand this because I still break out in hives thinking, where's our movie theater at Pearl West? That was something that may even have been more set and still didn't happen. And so when people bring up, well, there'll be community gardens, I say, well, great, who's going to do the community garden? Tell me more about this, because it's easy to say there'll be this art relationship. And if there's not even a relationship and it's just a work in progress talk, yet it's integral to the project.
We've been working.
So I push back and want to get more detail on that relationship so that the one thing that people don't say after this is built, why is there a giant blank wall, and say, oh, we'll go back and watch the tape. There's supposed to be something, but it just didn't happen.
Yes, well, I wish Doug were on the call because he could confirm that we're working with on this subject.
Okay.
I just want to clarify. I think that's a good question. I mean, there will be a contractual relationship. I think the relief, the brick, if I'm not incorrect, is more of an architectural design that will be in the building, and the art is more about what interior art are we putting on the walls and how does it integrate with our interior designer who we're working with out of San Francisco and the hotel. You know, so I believe the brick will be happening. We decided I believe not to do a big mural because a lot of feedback we were getting was that may be dated by the time we put a big painting on the side. And so we really opted for that sculptural brick, which I believe is in our design. I mean, it just hasn't been designed yet, but I believe it's, so if you look on the left, that's what will be on the outside of the building.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I do agree with you on murals can be dated, and a giant statement mural like that could be look at our artistic project. And I love the idea of curating the art inside. Boulder Commons did a nice job with art. I have no doubt. I think BMOCA is an awesome partnership and an idea. I just wanted to dig a bit. So thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Any more questions for, whose hand did I see? I'll go with you, George, first, and then John.
Yeah, my questions were kind of zeroing back to the original question that I had. I don't know if this is an appropriate time to talk about it, but I wanted to understand specifically a few things around parking and circulation around the parking. So I understand there are 58 spots that look like it's double stacked underneath, or a portion of that underneath the hotel. I noticed on the plan that you've got looks like 4 stacking spots for the valet in total. And I wanted to understand how that would all operate to make sure that there's not a backup on the street. And how do we get assurances that your calculations are correct in your parking needs, how it will operate, and the appropriate stacking that you need to pull in cars, pull out cars, and have a waiting space for people who are getting in and out of their cars?
I can take part of that. So there's a valet management plan in our project, our very dense project review. So if you've had a chance to review that, that really does talk about exact timing, and every car is a valet managed car that we are not allowing customers to park their own cars. And so there's a very precise timing on how long they can linger at the curb when they go into the garage. And there's a 24-hour valet service to manage that. We also talked about where the cars go if we have overflow parking. So there's a parking management plan on top of the valet plan that talks about where those cars will end up in the city's system or the university system in the case that we have over 59 cars, 58, I believe. And also if somebody shows up in a U-Haul or their camper van, crossing the country and we can't fit it in the stacking system, we have a plan for where, again, that will be circulated into the system. So I'm happy to get more details on that. But that was definitely a big concern of the city's transportation division, because they really don't want us to stack cars into Broadway. And so that's very, very important. So we spent a lot of time trying to figure out how to manage that. In addition, we do have some street spaces, and there will be 2 delivery spaces on Pleasant that will be delivery zone from 7:30 to 10:30 a.m. We imagine a lot of our deliveries will occur in those spaces, especially for the retail and restaurant. And that'll also take the pressure off the alley. And then those spaces will be converted back to city spaces once that 10:30 p.m. or 10:30 a.m. Is off. Or sorry, I'm getting a note. I made a mistake in what I said. But so those 2 parking spaces will then convert to the city system. So then the city generates income off of them in the UGID parking. So a lot of detail went into that. But the bottom line is there's a person managing this at all times. So if there's a problem, there's somebody to call and not a computer. And I think I got the number of cars. We have 50 parking spaces.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. 48 in the stackers and then 2 accessible spaces in the parking garage.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think so. I need to review it in more detail, so I'll do that. Appreciate that. In that plan, is there also a hotel shuttle, and where does that get parked?
No hotel shuttle, I don't believe. But and I correct me if I'm wrong. And I realize you just got this project probably yesterday, so I'm not trying to say like there's just so much I can't even imagine the shoes you're in to try and read all these documents. So I don't believe we have a shuttle. We are doing some bikes, and I don't know. I think our TDM has some other options for really managing the transit in the area. I can look that up as well.
Thank you.
And John, I think you had your hand up as well.
Yeah, a couple of questions. One is that I noticed that as a response to the DAB discussion of the lantern that was in the square there, I see that the difference between the original proposal and now is that you've just expanded the ground floor into the public plaza and diminished the public space. I presume for some sort of commercial purpose. Is that correct?
That's a great observation. Maureen, maybe if you want to pull up slide 20 so we can have the 2020 concept image compared to the current design. So I think the alignment you're talking about is the retail at grade. So in the image on the top, you can see there's 2 step backs and then the massing above, and that's something that we've cleaned up in the current design. And so that refinement is not in response to the retail square footage, but more in terms of the massing language and not having it too busy. So that was part of the DAB discussion, but we did not pull the retail out into the public space.
But the public space is diminished, it looks like, by comparison, is it not?
I would disagree. I think that we're prioritizing the plaza in all of our design conversations. So when we made that shift, we were wanting to make sure that the plaza space and outdoor of the retail and how it communicates to the plaza is successful. And so we got rid of that second jog in the massing.
And the lower plaza did get larger in that change. So it did get increased in size. We can try and, so we removed retail space and actually made the plaza larger in that shift after DAB. So we can try and pull up that drawing before DAB and now, and specifically this kind of bird's eye view and look at that if that's helpful.
I think that would be helpful.
Okay, well, give us a minute and we'll work on that.
Okay, well, meanwhile, I have another question also.
Okay.
And that is what sort of elevations you have of the west exposure. I'm trying to think of how that is going to look for, especially given the proposal to have smaller windows as a consequence of your discussions with the sorority. my concern is that we don't have it look like a Berlin Wall going such a long distance along the west side there.
Right, that's a great question. So we'll get to that in a second. Just wanted to close the loop on the plan for the retail. So you can see the evolution of the design in these 3 plans. So the sketch on the left is an early preliminary sketch. The concept plan is in the middle, and you can see that bump out in the retail space in the middle plan. And then the plan on the right is our current plan. And you can see how the lower plaza was not reduced in size.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
And then I'm still interested on the west elevation.
Yes. So I'm wondering what imagery we should pull up. Maybe
we have an
54.
elevation, the west elevation. It's building elevations. Are they in this packet?
I don't know if we have them in here.
Okay.
Slide 55 has some of the 3D views along the back, but I don't know if it necessarily has. Oh yeah, we could do the fly through and stop midway. So John, your question is about the size of the windows along the back and how that relates to the Kappa property?
Yes, and how it looks in general. I noticed that there were very few elevations from that viewpoint, which seems to me not insignificant.
Can we speed to the end of the fly through?
And also, if your packet is open, attachment F, page 111 of 198 in our agenda item, or 111 of 199 has the elevation as well.
Oh yeah, it doesn't show it in the fly through. Maureen, if you want to jump to slide 55, I think that will be helpful for this. So the windows in the back of the property are slightly smaller than the others, again, in response to reducing the size of the windows to our adjacent neighbors. So the windows in the gray here that you see are 5 by 7 with an 18-inch sill compared to the 7 by 7 that's more typical on the front of the elevation.
I see. Yeah, that's and there's a big blank wall there on the northern end of the western elevation too.
The brick wall, yes.
Yeah.
And that falls into the same conversation that we had with Dab. And you put a bunch of architects in a room talking about design. The conversation went on for a while and there were lots of opinions. But again, I think where we landed was being more selective in which faces we have the artistic language. And it seemed to make more sense on that east elevation.
All right, well, I'll have some comments about that later on, but thank you.
And I can show the elevation if that's helpful.
Are we okay with that for now, John?
Yeah, thank you.
Great. Then I'll just ask, again, going back to City Council's questions when they called this up, there was some discussion about the size of the commercial spaces, that they accommodate smaller businesses. And I noticed when we look at the floor plans, it's not clear to me, is there some flexibility around how the commercial spaces can get carved out so you can accommodate various business sizes, so you can get the small and the maybe medium sized or whatever? Because I just didn't see a diagram that made that very clear to me.
Yes, I'll take that one too. So I think our plan is to design as much flexibility into the retail spaces as possible. So I think what we have shown is one scenario where they are a little larger, but ideally, yes, it would the design would be flexible to be able to accommodate a larger number of smaller retailers.
Cool.
So these are the retail spaces in pink. And so, and it's the site is really complex because of that 16 feet of grade. So you have retail on the ground floor of this floor level, and then you have also retail at the Broadway level as you travel south. And so those can be demisable. The corner building, I think might want to be a restaurant or something with a, a lot of activity. And then you do have the smaller spaces, but and are you able to see my screen?
Yes,
Okay.
no problem. Yeah.
Great.
Okay. Thanks. Yeah, I know that council did raise that as a concern, so I just wanted to touch on that. Sarah?
I just want to actually follow up, David, on the question you just asked, which has to do with, is there ever a possibility that the two uses would be separated over time? I mean, I realize this is being built as one site, but might there be a time in the future when the retail space, the east building is sold off as a separate building, or will these always be, or at least into the foreseeable future, connected?
Well, I know Dan's on the call as well, but I think, the property is all one lot. We can't subdivide anything. The restaurant space will probably be very connected to the hotel, also due to liquor licensing and other things. So there's a really strong connection, and that we have the tunnel connecting the buildings underground. So I don't know if anything will be sold off. I think it will be, there's Dan nodding his head or saying
There are
that.
no plans to condominiumize the building and sell it off into pieces. So the answer is no.
Can I follow up with a management plan question?
Mhm.
So you all plan to have a facilities manager on site 9 to 5, Monday through Friday, property manager, but not in the evening or on the weekends, which is actually likely to be when that whole area is at its busiest. If this all turns out to be the huge success everyone hopes it will be. Why is that? Why didn't you have a property manager scheduled for some of the busiest times of each week?
I'm not sure what you're looking at, but the hotel will have staff on site 24/7.
Right, but it says you have a property manager just 9 to 5, Monday through Friday.
That's
Specifically.
That
I'm
would
sorry.
be, yeah, there will be management on site 24/7.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's in our management plan, Sarah, you're correct. And so if we need to revise that, I think, Dan, that's fine. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
All right. Good questions, everyone. Anything else we should cover? I guess I'll just ask, I know that we did talk, there was some conversation about trying to assist some of the maybe existing businesses in the transition plan, and I didn't see that in the site review. Did that go forward at all? Any kind of assistance for businesses that are being relocated, and any way to maybe attract some of them back if it makes sense? I just thought maybe you could cover that.
Yeah, sure. So there's 200,000 already allocated in relocation. I believe that Sushi Bentarita, Sarah's probably on the call. She can probably speak more specifically. I believe one business has already been working with her, and she is working with all the other businesses. There's quite a bit of vacancy on the Hill. So most likely they would move into one of those other spaces, then they're welcome to come back, but it's hard to move twice. And so I don't know, Sarah, if you wanted to address that at all.
Yeah, where we're at right now is the city has been sending periodic updates to all of the impacted tenants as we get notifications as far as the timing. And any tenants that are interested can contact us about available spaces throughout the city that may meet their needs. But at this point, we're not encouraging anyone to move. They have active leases. We want to keep the building active as long as possible. I believe the landlord is on this call. And we just try to keep letting people know that they can reach out to the landlord and discuss when they can move out, what timing is optimal. And then we try to connect them to available spaces when that timing arises. So we're just trying to keep in constant contact and let them know that we really do wish to keep them in Boulder, and we're here to support them.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that's still in intact. Anything else, or should we go ahead and move forward to the public hearing? So I think we are 2 hours in to the exact moment. So it's so nice when your first job chairing, things are so symmetrical. And so why don't we go ahead and take a quick break? Why don't we come back is 10 minutes good? 10 after the hour? And we'll see you then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Just note that we're on a break right now, and the board will be back in action at 8:10. Thanks.
We still have a minute, but Jean, Sarah, or Jean and Cindy, everything okay from a mechanic standpoint?
I think so.
Good. All right.
I think so.
I see hands have been going up.
Yep, looks like we've got 7 folks now with hands raised. I don't know if folks can see, but we've got about 28 attendees in the meeting. Sometimes that's of interest.
Jean, do we need to remind folks to put in a first and last name?
Yeah, I'll do that when we get started. And oh yeah, and Jean. Oh yeah, Jean. That's your kind of your reminder, isn't it? I would say.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. All right, well, it's 10 after by my watch, so we'll go ahead and get ready to do the public comment portion of this public hearing. Let's see, I guess Peter and Lupita will be coming. There's Peter. And while we're waiting for absolutely everybody to be on, I'll just ask the speakers. We like to hear you say your name for the record when you start speaking. And also if you could just tell us either your address or what part of Boulder you're from, that would be good as well. Just so we get some context, and everybody gets 3 minutes to speak. So with that, Jean, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you to start the enabling people who have their hands raised.
Great. I was going to start off with Casey Schneider. Casey is speaking to the University Hill, a group, and then I'm sorry, I'm missing the acronyms right at the moment. And then we'll go through the list. And again, as David mentioned, and as we said before, if you could please put a full name to display in the Zoom, or send me your name, that would be great. And okay, Casey, let's see. You should be unmuted.
Okay, can you hear me?
And I'm gonna, give me just a second. I'm gonna try this we're gonna try this. There we go.
Okay, are we ready?
Yeah.
So go ahead.
My name's Casey Schneider, 333 15th Street. I'm a Boulder native and also a commercial property owner in the Hill Commercial District, and I am also on the UCAMC board. So I'm speaking tonight. First, I'll speak as a citizen and a property owner. I'm going to kind of skip through for the reasons of time, understanding the reasons behind the dramatic drop off of the quality of life in the Hill Residential District, which in turn has led to the decades-long dysfunction and loss of the commercial district as a community asset, one that has served the neighborhood and the city of Boulder in the past, and that's what we're hoping to see happen again. I know Boulder has a lot of hotel fatigue or building fatigue at this time, but I asked that the planning board look at this as a unique opportunity, because this is far more than just another hotel. This is the opportunity to support a catalyst project that will help revitalize the Hill so that it again can be a community asset and serve more people in the city of Boulder, primarily the neighborhood surrounding it, where it should be a vital neighborhood. The developers worked very hard to address the issues of the neighbors and the commercial district, and we feel a great deal of support for that. The hotel site tenants was an issue that was brought up. I can speak personally because I have already placed 2 tenants from the hotel site into the Hilltop building on the corner of 13th and College. And we have 2 additional tenants that we've been working with on vacancies from the hotel site. So we're hoping to actually move additional tenants into the vacant spaces on the Hill. So that's my spiel on my personal side. And then as I get into this is more coming from the UCAMC board, as I'm speaking on their behalf tonight. But we have a couple of ideas that we wanted to pass along. One being that we feel that the retail footprint of the hotel site doesn't need to be excessively large. We would like to help concentrate the retail into the historic core and direct it into the historic core. I call it the historic core because the hotel site was actually a Phillips 66 gas station until 1958. It was not part of the historic core of the retail area of the Hill. That was before Crossroads or the Pearl Street Mall. So we also want to promote connectivity between the hotel site and the historic core, supporting the investments in the connector alley. And we would also like to pursue a cohesive approach to streetscape design with the hotel the event street, and the Ujid landscape investments that we're now working on. There's been years of collaborative efforts between the UCAMC, the Hill Boulder, UNA, CU, and other stakeholders to get to this point. We would ask that we not go in a direction of a major design review, but we support this hotel project. And thank you so much for your time.
Great, thank you, Kate. All right. Next up, we'll have Margaret Savage, followed by Lyndon Wall, followed by Andrew Shoemaker. So, Margaret, you can go ahead and unmute.
Hi.
We can hear you.
Hi, my name is Margaret Savage, and I'm the chapter president of Kappa Kappa Gamma here in Boulder. As someone who lives in the house currently and will be living in the house again next year, one of my main concerns and a concern of other Kappa girls in regard to this hotel project is the privacy of our members. We are concerned about the windows that will be facing our house. Additionally, there is a concern about the rooftop area and hot tub being able to see directly into our house and our multiple patios. We have multiple rooms on the far side of our house that will be facing the hotel. Personally, I keep my blinds open almost all of the time to let in natural light, but the privacy of my bedroom and other girls' bedrooms would be violated if someone staying at the hotel could see right in. Furthermore, girls who are out on any of our patios would be exposed to residents in the hotel. I and other members of Kappa enjoy utilizing our patios to do homework, exercise, or simply enjoy the fresh air. A lack of privacy may discourage our members to do those things, which would be unfair as this house has been part of this neighborhood community for over 100 years. Although there have been proposed hours of usage for the hot tub, there are no proposed plans for screening our side of said hot tub. There are screening plans for the Broadway facing side, and we believe that we deserve the same privacy considerations. Not only does this screening provide an issue of lack of privacy, but also a lack of protection for our house from noise or potential debris. Therefore, we request the hotel board reevaluate matters like the placement of the hot tub or the privacy of the hot tub and the placement of hotel windows. Our preferred outcomes would be moving the hot tub to the other side of the hotel so that the hot tub would be on the east and the plantings and screenings on the west, and having the windows on the west side of the building be designed to minimize the ability of hotel guests to see onto our property. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Margaret. Okay, next up is Lyndon Wall, followed by Andrew Shoemaker, followed by Robin Cube. Okay, Lyndon, you may unmute.
Hi, my name is Lyndon Wall, and I'm the house chair at the Kappa Kappa Gamma House. A concern I want to express about the hotel project on behalf of our chapter is the safety of the girls who live in. We are extremely concerned about the valet situation, which would force girls to park farther away from the house, resulting in young women walking home alone at night back to our house. There should be a required in-depth traffic study done on the impacts of the parking garage and valet concerns of Kappa live-in safety in mind. Additionally, there's a large security issue with non-resident access to the walkway between the hotel and proposed garden wall. We ask that you address the gate placement in order to protect our residents' privacy and safety. It is unclear how this walkway will be lit at night, if it will be plowed from snow, and if security cameras will be placed in order to protect the safety of not only the hotel guests, but Kappa members as well. As Margaret mentioned, the large windows along the shared side of the hotel and Kappa House induce a large safety concern of the girls' rooms in line with the hotel room windows. This is not something that is appropriate, considering that young women live in this household and have the right to not worry about who could potentially be peering into their room from the hotel. Kappa has remained a good neighbor to University Ave for the past 110 years, and we ask that as a potential new member to the neighborhood, you hear our concerns for the safety and privacy of the house and address them adequately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lyndon. Okay. All right, next up is Andrew Shoemaker. Andrew, you can go ahead and unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, and you can go ahead.
Great. Good evening, members of Planning Board. My name is Andrew Shoemaker. I live on 7th Street. I am a member of the University Hill Commercial Area Management Commission and a member of the City of Boulder's Hill Revitalization Working Group, but I'm speaking in my individual capacity as a resident of the Hill for over 15 years. The neighborhood and the commercial district of the Hill have been in decline for well over a decade. It's a key reason that I ran for city council in 2013 was to try to address some of those issues. Recent events demonstrate that we didn't do such a good job with the neighborhood. It remains in dire straits, similar to the 2004 riots that occurred in the same exact spots. But we did set the stage for a tremendous game changer in the commercial district. The problem, of course, is that the sole foot traffic on the Hill Commercial District are students who are seasonal. And it really, at this point, sustains nothing more than a large food court, and a few institutions are hanging on by a thread like the Sink, the Fox, and Cafe Aeon. I sent a video around earlier today for those who were able to watch it that talks about some of these challenges. One of the solutions that people arrived at was obtaining an anchor tenant. In this instance, it's the private hotel that you're looking at tonight, as well as the CU Conference Center, which we had discussions with CU and they had it placed on Arapahoe and they brought it over to this location so people would get out of cars, walk to the Hill and walk downtown. The theory being here that hundreds of people looking for coffee, lunch, and dinner will change the Hill. It won't be seasonal traffic. It won't just be students, but it will be a diverse presence on the Hill as it once was, which used to be comprised of students, faculty, neighbors, and tourists. This has been a long road, and I can hardly think of any project in town with this level of support, with this broad set of stakeholders. The neighbors want to see this. The University Hill Business District wants to see this. The Chamber wants to see this. The University of Colorado wants to see this. And of course, the city has been involved in the project as a participant as well. We have worked with the developer, Randy Nichols and Dan Schutz, the architect, Chris Shears, and my former planning board colleague, Danica Powell, and they have been wonderful to work with during this process. They saw a tremendous amount of community input and have been extremely responsive throughout the process, including the fees that you've heard about, the ability for people that use funds to move, which would not have occurred had this strip mall just been redeveloped, which probably would have happened in the alternative. We're very grateful as neighbors for their responsiveness. This project has been closely fly-specced by many people. I suspect you're going to have some great ideas tonight as well. I would just ask you to keep in mind the goals of supporting the conference center, driving the foot traffic up to the historic retail core of the Hill. Casey talked about that, and allowing the hotel to provide a much needed source of revenue for the district. Thank you for your service, and good luck with your deliberations.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay, Robin, you should be able to unmute now. There we go.
Okay. So, good evening. My name's Robin Cubey. My address is 2060 Broadway. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of Beta Mu, who's the owner of the Kappa sorority house west of the hotel. And I am the attorney who has been mentioned previously in board members' comments. My original plan tonight was to talk about how this project implicates issue number 2 pointed out by staff, specifically relating to the compatibility and whether there's minimal negative impacts on the neighbors. And I think as you heard from Margaret and Lyndon, 2 of the House members, they mentioned 2 of the key issues for them, especially privacy and safety. The other key issue is the use of the alley for the services needed for the hotel and the potential for to increase the negative impacts that already are experienced by people using that alley. I think you've gotten some photographs and the information I sent, as well as from Honolulu Doty earlier today. But given what the applicant has represented about the agreements that may or may not have been made with Kappa and themselves regarding some conditions, I wanted to address that issue a little bit. And I do want to say that we have worked collaboratively, we think, with the developer and have spent a fair amount of time trying to work through our issues, but we seem to have, in the legal term, we don't often have a true meeting of the minds. And I think that may be what that chart that Danica provided earlier indicated. I had not seen that before, and I don't say that to say it was intentionally kept from me. I think that due to the time constraints we were all operating under, information hasn't been shared as quickly as either side might have liked. But I do want to point out that the writing that I provided both to planning board yesterday had 10 conditions identified that the House or the Kappa and Beta Mu wanted to see added to the conditions of approval. And so I want to point out that we still had some issues regarding the hot tub, the sizing of the windows and placement on the west side, and other clarity on the privacy wall, and some revisions to the alley and hotel management plans that we had not yet fully discussed. Because of this process, doesn't really allow Kappa to participate in the phrasing of these conditions. So I guess I would direct planning board to the conditions that were identified and spelled out more specifically on pages 4 and 5 of the writing I provided, and use that as Kappa's position on those specific issues. I welcome time to answer questions, but I understand this process doesn't really allow for that. So thank you very much for your time.
Thanks so much, Robin. Okay, next up we'll have Jason Griffin, followed by Hannah Doty, followed by David Radenzing. I'm sorry, I am so bad with pronouncing people's last names. David, you know who you are. Okay, Jason, you should be able to.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You can go ahead.
Hi. So my name is Jason. I'm a representative of one of the restaurants that's occupying the building that's part of the redevelopment project. Meanwhile, I think that the changes that we're looking at here with the hotel project are positive on the community. I do have a concern of what is being done to protect existing residents. I understand that there's $200,000 being allocated for moving. Our split of that would be a very small amount and not really enough to move into a new location as far as, when we talk about build out costs and just simply the possibility of paying double rent. It's from my understanding that we're expected to pay rent until the building is torn down up until the very last day. So I'm not really sure that $200,000 split among all of the tenants in the space is really enough. We're happy to move to a new location. There's options out there, but paying double rent isn't really cost effective. And that's all that I had for comment.
Thank you, Jason. Okay, next up is Hema Lardoti. Oh, you may go ahead.
Thank you so much, and well done on pronouncing my name. My name is Hannah Doty. I am a board member of the Beta Mu Housing Corporation. We've talked about a lot of issues that we've tried to be working through over this past year, and we seem to have a lot of blanket answers on project issues, but we don't really have specifics or guarantees that the issues caused by the hotel will be solved. The hotel project does not have an operating company yet, and so we really are hoping that we're asking you to place strong limitations and requirements now to hold whoever runs this to be accountable today and in the future to solve the problems that inevitably we are going to kind of shoulder since we are the 43-foot away neighbor. At this point, we have not seen real true elevations. John, you asked the same question we keep asking. What does the back of the building look like? What does it look like from the alley? We have seen nothing. And even tonight, it was just barely a little slanted view of what kind of looks like the back of a warehouse. There will be 11 dumpsters that will be, 20 feet away from our back patio now. We are also going to have the privacy wall that they discussed. But when we met with them, it sounded like it was going to be really an asset to us. But right now it looks like it's a cinder block wall that we are being asked to finish and maintain. There's a lot of graffiti that happens in that area, and that's going to be a big issue for trying to keep that wall as an asset and not another liability. A really big issue for us as the House Board, running this house for the last 101 years, if you can believe it, although I'm not that old. We have a single lane dead end alley that is being proposed to be the main thoroughfare for delivering. Even this afternoon I was there and I noticed a truck in the adjacent parking lot, which was making a delivery because trucks do not want to drive down Pleasant. It is a sharp right turn to get onto 13th. It is a super narrow and sharp turn to get into our potholed alley to drive down into this dead end. If two trucks are coming head on, somebody has to back up. And that alley is filled with pedestrians, students, lots of people back there. So that is a big safety issue for us. And there's a 13-foot pinch point between our rock wall and a telephone pole. And when you have trucks there, namely our food truck, which might take up to 40 minutes to unload, you're going to have incoming trucks. I think it's naive to look at this complementary traffic pattern of the area and think that this is going to work. I also think that it's naive to think that having an alley plan with timed deliveries is going to work. Who's going to enforce that? Not us. We're just going to be the people who can't get out of our parking places because there's a truck behind us. So we would like to ask you to figure out a way to enforce that, to limit the use. When they say there's only 2 vehicles back there, we have more than 2, and we're a hotel of 90 people. So I'm not sure how they can pull that off. Thank you so much for your thoughtful approach and listening to our requests tonight.
Thank you so much, Anna Laurie. Next up is David Radinger, followed by Lynn Siegel, followed by Serena Malik. Okay, let me go back. You can go ahead and unmute. There you go.
Hi, my name is David Radaziner. I live at 765 14th Street, and I'm here representing UNA's Design Review Committee. We want to reiterate our strong support for the Hill Hotel. The developer has worked extremely hard to engage the Hill neighborhood from the initial concept up through our last meeting held with our community in November. They've been receptive to our concerns and comments, which are now reflected in the design submitted. We believe the project will indeed serve as the catalyst we have all been working toward for decades now to enable the stabilization, diversification, and economic growth of the Hill Commercial District to the benefit of neighbors, students, and the city. UNA and the Design Review Committee strongly supports the University Hill Hotel project, and we urge the Planning Board to approve the site and use review application. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Okay, next up is Lynn Siegel. Lynn, you can go ahead and unmute.
Yeah, I'm not anywhere near this area. I'm 4 blocks north of Mapleton and 6th in Boulder. But from my comments on the open comment, it's all about. Can you hear me? Well, can you hear me first?
Really faint, Lynn.
It's all about climate ability to meet our climate goals in Boulder. And I saw a lot of Boulder Valley Comp Plan objectives for this project that were really very obtuse and not really benefited by this project. You know, there's already a conference center going in across the street. That's more than enough. This corridor is extremely congested, especially with the pattern of Boulder. There's only going to all the development in North Boulder. You go straight up Broadway, or you go next street, that's it. It's not a good place to centralize another huge hotel. And it's sticking a hotel in the middle of a depressed area. And Andrew Shoemaker, I'm sorry, but that is not going to improve the Hill. That's just going to bring dollars to the developers and some to the city of Boulder, but it's never going to pay for the cost of its impacts. And the impacts fees are not nearly enough. The affordable housing, I had Airbnb for years and years, and I did great. It's the Cuban model. You live where you're at. You really experience it. You don't go to a hotel and isolate yourself. And then these gals in the sorority don't have to worry about it at all, because that's the whole function of the hotel, is to look at the Flatirons, right? This place is not supposed to be here. It's not a good mix for this, for the city of Boulder. The hotel space should have a repurposing, just like the retail space should have a repurposing. And you know what? There's so much repurposing going on right now. Not Art Mart, but the Boulder Arts and Crafts Co-op on the mall is gone. You know, the prime anchors, and these are real anchors, not a hotel. A hotel is not an anchor. If I had my video screen, you'd see my fingers going, it's all about the money. That's what it's about. And you know what? It is all about the money. This is a draw on Boulder's money. There's a virus now. People aren't going to hotels, and they shouldn't have had hotels in the first place. In Cuba, you go to Cuba and you stay in someone's house. You go to places in the world, you want to experience it, not isolate yourself in a hotel. Let's see. As far as the windows 7x7 or 5x7, you know, what's the difference? You're looking out to the Flatirons. The sorority has a good point there, except that, you know, the revitalization of this area is important, but the hotel is not going to revitalize it. The hotel is an exclusive place where people are going to stay, and Georgia was right. We need a shuttle to bring people in and out.
Lynn, you finished? Okay.
I think she muted.
All right, thanks, Lynn. All right, next up, we have Serena Malik. And then after that, I'm showing KKG House Director. So KKG House Director, I'm going to ask you to please provide a name when I unmute you next. So Serena, you should be able to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hi there. I'm Serena. I'm Serena Malik. I own Metamorphosis Tattoo on the Hill. And I just wanted to second the concern about the amount of funds that were allocated to help the displaced tenants. The way it was explained to me, beyond just the 200,000, was that it was allocated at $10 per square foot, which with some of these businesses being very, very tiny, even smaller than mine, that really doesn't seem like enough to do much. And really that transitional time, whether we relocate or not, I mean, just having those last couple months to pay till the last bit there, I just don't know how that's supposed to function. It's already been pretty hard to keep my business staffed with people when they know about what's happening. I'm sure it'll become more public news as things become more official, which will make it even harder for me to maintain having people working for me. So that's really the primary concern. Secondarily, I think, you know, while it's great to have all the open space and stuff and the seating, I am concerned about like the homeless problem. There's definitely a lot of homeless people that kind of hang out in that plaza, and I'm not sure that just like building something new is gonna do much about that. That's it really, to be honest.
Thank you, Serena. Okay, KKG House Director, I'm gonna unmute you, and if you could give us your name, that would be awesome. Okay, trying for
Oh,
unmute.
right. Sorry. My name is Jill Brooks, and I'm the KKG house mom living next door. I wanted to touch base. I know Hannah Laura, as well as our attorney, and as well as our lovely girls that are in my exec stipulated some issues that we have. And I want to just kind of touch on those and add to those. You know, we are 43, almost 45 feet away is where this building is going into. And my apartment is on that side, as well as several girls' apartments that are, you know, rooms above me. We don't have central heat and air here. So we have to open our windows for fresh air. And so this wall that's going in, the 12-foot wall, we appreciate that. And I know they're addressing it, but we really don't have an idea what it's going to look like. We don't know what it's going to be made of, if it's going to help with privacy. We're responsible for fixing it on our end, which is an expense that I didn't realize. But it's going to be very hard. Our issue too, as well as with construction dust going on, we've asked that that wall be built first so that it kind of minimizes noise and some sort of privacy. And, you know, we were told when we're talking about dust and keeping our windows open and things like that, that I felt kind of insulted by them telling me that they were going to address it by having a guy holding a hose every day to minimize the dust. And I thought that was kind of insulting because that's not going to create a solution. The swamp cooler goes directly into our kitchen. So that can't be running when there's a lot of construction dust because it'll just feed right into our kitchen as well as our food. So that is not okay. They are going to be digging within 45 feet of us to do this underground garage. And I haven't yet to see anything indicating, you know, any type of test about what our foundation will have to deal with here. We have, you know, outside of of my room has been a nice big patio that we host a lot of events on, a lot of fundraisers, and we're hoping that we get back to normal. But a lot of our philanthropies are held on that. And so that is going to stop because obviously we can't be doing that. I'm concerned about the 11 dumpsters that are going to be within, you know, 50 feet of our home. And are we going to be smelling garbage all the time? And, you know, some of those things that are just kind of issues that as a neighbor, we're addressing. I obviously am very concerned about parking with my girls. They park far enough away. I don't think there's enough argument as to, you know, what they're going to do with all the cars. And they're talking about bikes and they're talking about buses. But I mean, people nowadays, they might use a bike to do a little afternoon thing, but they're not going to bike around the whole time they're here. I don't think they're going to take buses everywhere. So I'm kind of concerned about that. Delivery is definitely an issue. I live here. I know what the trucks are doing going up and down those alleyways, and there's no way that we can prevent trucks, you know, coming in and out without some issues for sure. And I know my time's up.
Thank you so much. I am not seeing any other hands raised at the moment. If anyone else would like to address the board, now is the time to use the raise hand function or to let us know in the chat.
Last call. All right.
Okay, I think back to you, David. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. And thank you all for your thoughtful comments on this, this site review. So now the planning board has the opportunity to now deliberate. Staff has posed two key issues for us to kind of structure our comments. So I think there.
David?
Yes.
David, doesn't the applicant get a chance to?
Thank you for reminding me. I skipped right over that on my notes here. Thank you so much, John. You're totally right. The applicant has 3 minutes to rebut. I mentioned that earlier. So I'll go ahead and Danica, would you like to respond.
Yeah, I will take do the best with our 3 minutes. I just wanted to address a few key issues, and we're happy to show some diagrams, especially on the west side of the building. But the first was alley and pedestrian safety. I think I didn't see the pictures that were sent to you today, but I can imagine that they showed that there's a lot going on in the alley and a lot of conflicts. We are hoping to resolve a lot of those conflicts. And we have designed this entire project to take our service vehicles into our site and do the trash and dumpsters and deliveries. Again, we estimate 2 delivery trucks a day. So the reality is we probably will have to wait for the other deliveries that will happen inside the alley rather than others waiting for us. So we are really trying to improve that. We're happy to work with UGID to increase the maintenance on that alley or lighting. Certainly willing to advocate for that. And again, the trash dumpsters are mostly on our site. There are trash dumpsters in the alley. That is a traditional use of the alley. And so we won't be increasing that impact. From privacy and safety standpoint, we have been working very hard on this. We took it very seriously when we met with the CAPA representatives and the attorney and the Beta Mu House representatives, and we walked the site. When we sat on that patio, we recognized what a beautiful asset that was. And we talked about this wall and we proposed it because what it does is mirror what is there now, which is a building. And so when we did propose that we were received with a lot of, I thought they were excited about that because what it does is provide a very tight barrier between our properties from a sound perspective, from a there's a lot of security issues back there. And so we proposed this 12-foot wall and exceeded the height of what is allowed in the city. And we hadn't heard until 2 days ago that wasn't, the design wasn't good enough. So we're happy to work with them on that. But we did think that was a proposal to really address the safety and security concerns. We also reduced the window sizes on that side. The hot tub, you actually can't see. It's actually not even adjacent to their building. It's north of the building on their open area. So the views are not, there are no views into their building, but we have also agreed to move the hot tub. So we are really trying to, address all of these concerns. We take them seriously, and construction, noise screening, all of that will work with our neighbors. Parking and trash, I think we have a valet service. We won't be using the on-site spaces. We will be using other spaces that CU owns and other parking lots, and that's all identified in our parking management and valet management plan. I also just want to address the business concerns of people that live there. I would encourage you to talk to Sarah Wiebenson. We are not the current lease owners on the property, so we will follow the requirements, or they will follow the requirements that have been created with the sale of the lot there. But I just want to, we don't own those leases right now, and we will take over in the future. So I do encourage everyone to continue working with their current lease owners, the family that owns the property, and with Sarah Wiebenson, because I do definitely empathize with change. We will give notice and let people know when it's, once we know what's happening with this project, we'll be able to clearly set expectations for all those businesses on what our timeline is. And so this is a key step in that process. And I just want to note also the separation of the building is 60 feet where it's on the property line now. It's, I think, about 20 feet. So we are increasing that. We are definitely working to make the situation better. The sidewalk can be lit if we don't exceed the lighting ordinance. We will maintain the sidewalk. I'm not sure about security cameras. I'm happy to talk about those. It would be up to who manages watching the cameras, but all of these things are important to increase the safety. It's not an extremely safe space at the moment. And so our goal is to improve that.
Thanks, Danica.
Thank you. Yes, and I apologize for that oversight. Thanks much, and we may have some during deliberations some additional questions. So I'm sure you'll be sticking around for that part as well. Thank you. Yes, as I was about to say, we have 2 key issues that have been put before us. They're both pretty general, so I don't know if we really need to put them up on the screen. So why don't we go ahead and use those to drive our discussion. In key issue 1 is, does the project meet the applicable site review criteria in the appropriate section of the code? In that area, I think we should talk through things like the BVCP policies and the form modifications that are being requested. And then key issue 2 is the use review criteria. Is the proposed hotel use consistent with the use criteria set forth in the code? And in this area, we could talk about the zoning, the consistency with zoning, neighborhood consistency, also, I think that's where we'll talk about any concerns that neighbors have expressed, if that makes sense. So with that, it served us well to do a negative poll before we talk in detail. So just on key issue 1, is there anybody who does not agree that this project meets the applicable site review criteria? Okay, well that's kind of gives us some assurance that we can move forward with site review criteria. Who would like to speak to site review criteria at any level? Sarah?
Thank you. So what I want to speak to actually is what I consider to be some mushiness between what's defined in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan as regional areas, regional centers versus neighborhood centers. And in the map provided by the in the staff map, that's also from the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, it's clear that there's a little bit of overlap, but they're also two separate entities. And I think that the sort of gray area that has allowed the conversation to essentially consider them the same in this area sort of drives some of the mass and scale of this development that might otherwise be more in mass and scale terms, more oriented towards the neighborhood and less oriented towards the university's mass and scale. So I just wanted to put that out there because I do think it's problematic, and I think it's the same thing that's happening further north up Broadway in the Alpine Balsam area. And I just think we need to be very careful and cautious about that.
Thank you. And anyone else want to go next? John?
Yeah, I do have a couple comments on this. And before I start, I guess I need to add to my disclosure statement that we made at the beginning of the evening here. And that is, that came to mind because one of the members of the public who spoke talked about a gas station that was on the corner of Pleasant and Broadway, or 13th, where this is proposed. And in fact, when I was in high school, I pumped gas at that station. And it was a Standard Oil Company station, not a Phillips 66, just to get it on the record. But otherwise, with respect to this proposal that we're dealing with tonight, I think in general, it is a benefit to the neighborhood, but it's primarily a benefit to the commercial area of the neighborhood. I don't perceive it as a major benefit to the immediate residential neighborhood, either the sorority to the west of it or along Pleasant Street. And the reason for that is not because it's a hotel and not because of the activities that it will be carrying out, but because of the design of the western edge of that project, which I perceive as being spectacularly ugly and unexciting, including blank walls for which there's no attempt made to beautify it at all with any sort of art. I perceive that as a major flaw. But otherwise, I think the general design of this proposal is good, and I'm willing to support it, but I am really concerned about that west elevation.
Thank you, John. Anyone else want to go? Lupita?
I always remember to unmute myself. Well, uh, one of the parts that concerns me the most really is the building is one thing, but I am very concerned about the safety and the well-being of the young ladies who are going to be the closest neighbors. And having been a young lady some time ago, and I still walk around dark places and just about anywhere I go, I try to be careful. I empathize with what may come because it will bring more people. And in addition to the privacy situation, when I think that it will merit a little bit more careful reconsideration if there are some things that can still be done to improve the situation for the for the sorority sisters. I would like to hear a little more if we can, at least for us to try to help on that regard, because I think it will go a long way. It's obvious to me that there is a lot of support for this project. It will be a good thing for the city. It's likely to bring revenue that we need. And, and it seems like the relocation of the businesses are being done, albeit not perfectly, but, with thoughtfulness, and we hope that it will get better. But the things that I think to me still kind of outstanding, it has to do with this closeness to this very specific type of housing. And I think it wouldn't be so difficult if it wasn't the fact that we have a lot of young ladies all in one place, where it can potentially become, a little problematic for their safety, especially. Thank you.
Thank you, Lupita. And I can, oh, Lisa's ready. Okay.
Thanks, David. Yeah, so broadly, I think the project does meet site use review and use review criteria. Things that stood out to me particularly are it kind of serving as a neighborhood anchor, the life cycle of those buildings that are currently there, the surface parking lots, and just kind of how it transforms that, especially on the Broadway side. Also, putting a hotel in there with the CU Conference Center going in across the street and the hotel over there, I think is a really natural fit. And we certainly don't want to be over-resourced for hotels, but I always kind of pay attention to hotel closures and other things, and I don't want to bring in stuff outside of this hearing, but I'm certainly always cognizant of that, and I think a hotel use there is appropriate. Something else that stood out to me from some of the comments that we heard, and also from the packet, is just the depth and breadth of support for this project. So in terms of neighbors, in terms of businesses, and then something that, I think any of us who have watched that part of our city over time can appreciate, which is just the challenges inherent on the Hill. And so I don't want to in any way fail to consider or even put in place conditions if appropriate for some of the other concerns that were raised. But, certainly my preference would be to moving the project forward, and finding ways to address those concerns without losing this opportunity to have the hotel there, or further extending the timeline too much. And yeah, I think that touches on, year-round activity was just one of the things I wanted to call it as well, just the importance of, keeping activity on the Hill, in December and January and over the summer, and the fact that it literally shuts down. There have been times when I've wanted to go to a restaurant or pick something up. There's something particular I want to do, and they shut down for the summer sometimes because they just can't afford to stay open without that foot traffic. So I think a hotel would bring a lot of people in, especially with that link across to CU. So overall, I think it's a good project.
Great. And Peter, go ahead.
Thank you. I felt that And according to the comp plan, this being a regional neighborhood center and hotel being allowed seems fairly dispositive. Apart from some quibbles, I don't mean to demean them, not quibbles because I share them with John around some of the facing of the massing and the flat fronts, and trying to still understand architecturally what's going on behind those and why views would be covered in brick that way. And know there's a reason. It can't just be saving money on windows when that's what you're selling. But Sarah's point, I wanted to ask more about that because the mushiness, to quote her, and if there is this discrepancy or there's a disconnect between what I'm hanging my hat on, which is comp plan calls out that this is a regional neighborhood center and this use is allowed, it seems to me, okay, that does it for me. And I'm in favor of the project, but I did want to take an extra minute to maybe hear a little more on that and find out how it does or doesn't weigh into our analysis of this key point, David. And I take your guidance here. And obviously, if it's just we want to pass it to Sarah to go there and channeling Harmon. I'm not trying to take us off a track, and I know Sarah wouldn't go along on this, but I am curious because I was interested in what you had to say.
Yeah, yeah, Sarah, if you'd like to expand on that a bit, or and I will certainly talk to that a bit too when.
Sure. So it's not that I'm opposed to the project.
Yes, I did get that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a concern I have that there are differences in how the comp plan talks about regional centers and how they talk about neighborhood centers. And I'm concerned that just from a policy perspective, that if we don't both acknowledge and respect those differences, we could end up with more and more development of this scale, basically from here all the way up to Alpine Balsam and even beyond. And it's I think it's I just think we need to really think that through, and maybe it's something that we need to revisit when it's time to revisit the comp plan. But
can I just ask though, Sarah, this is one of the 3 regional centers, right?
Well, if you look at the map, I mean, this is, maybe it's a question as much as a comment. If you look at the map that's on page 8 in the proposal, and then I can't remember what page it's on in the Boulder Valley Comp Plan, CU is a regional center, and then this particular area is a neighborhood center, and there's obviously overlap, but they are not one in this. Those 2 definitions are not one and the same. So it's more of a caution when thinking about this kind of project going forward. It's not necessarily about this project, but it just concerns me that we're kind of going beyond, or we're ignoring the role of a neighborhood center because of the opportunity that the regional center framing offers. And I just think it's something that we need to keep in mind going forward.
Okay, thank you.
And it complies. And thanks for that, Sarah.
Yeah, and I'll go ahead and talk to the site review criteria key issue, and I do think I guess I have always thought of this as being part of the regional center, so of Uni Hill Regional Center. So that hadn't occurred to me. So I that's something that we can keep in mind for future work on revisions to the comp plan if there's some fuzziness there. Thank you for that. Lupita, did you want to add to that?
Yes, in fact, that she just got me thinking about making sure that we understand if in fact there is a distinction, and especially as the way I have viewed this particular piece of land is mostly businesses. So to me, the description of like a neighbor center, the way I will have interpreted it is like clearly we are going from a place where it's mostly residential, where this area clearly is not. So now I'm getting more confused because when I saw those three maps, it seemed to me that this particular area, because the close proximity to the university, it really does make sense to have some of those businesses in this particular type of project. To me, makes a lot of sense. And like I said, my only concern has been about, just making sure that those neighbors that are closest to us are safe. But in terms of how it fits in that space, I hadn't thought about it, and I still don't see a disagreement. I think it is maybe it was a misplaced nomenclature or something, because if it's
Well, let's go ahead and can we put Charles or Elaine on the spot and just kind of ask, is there a boundary of what we consider the regional center with regards to University Hill?
So one of the things I wanted to bring up with regard to the mapping that's on page 8 that Sarah noted, right above the mapping, it does describe the 3 regional centers. It says they form a triangle at Boulder's geographic center: historic Boulder, Boulder Valley Regional Center, and the University of Colorado CU, with the University Hill Business District, which also serves as a neighborhood center for the surrounding area. So I think it's being acknowledged as being part of the regional center. It says, and the University of Colorado with University Hill Business District.
Great. Okay, is that, thank you. That really does help. It maybe is serving as both. And Lisa, did you have a comment on that?
Yeah, just that I think that fits the historic context of the Hill as well. When you look at the built environment, and it may not be functioning that way, we have a lot of vacancy, as came up several times. But when you look at how tight the buildings are to each other, the way it operates almost as another main street, kind of the L shape of the major roads that come through. When you even look at the way it's resourced with parking and having UGID as a business district, as a bid, I mean, I think it's appropriate to view it as being something that at least has the potential to once again be a regional center as well as a neighborhood center, and that has served that function historically, even if it's not kind of living fully up to that today. So that's my context, just historically looking at the built form, and also kind of the way we've created an overlay district for that area.
Well, I think these are really, really interesting comments. Thank you for those. And so I'll go ahead and weigh in on key issue 1. And Lupita, thank you for bringing up the sorority concern and the safety concern as something. I wanted to dig into that in key issue 2. So let's be thinking about, as we get to that, whether we can work with the applicant, see if there's some additional conditions that we would want to put that are specific onto any motion. With regards to BVCP policies, 2.20 was one that really pops out, that I think the role in this in central of the Central Valley, and then walkable and infill 2.24. Both of those are so key to this proposal, and I think it really meets those policies. And Elaine put up a whole bunch of other ones that, as I scanned through them, they all it seemed to meet. So with regards to BVCP, I think it does a good job of that. Relationship with the surrounding area. There's been a lot of detail added since the comp plan. And another thing that council really was, it's so funny, the planning board was actually really happy with the kind of blocky diagrams in concept review, because it kept the proposal open, or at least I remember some people thinking that was an appropriate way to look at it. Council was very concerned about seeing good design. So I think there's the design has been fleshed out and it looks good. And I think I think that hopefully there will be more comfort now with that this is going to be a beautiful, well-designed space. There's been a lot of area added on all of the street fronts, as far as I can tell, in terms of additional offset so that there's really some breathing room and some walking space, which I think is going to be pretty fantastic. Lots of space on all three street facing sides. The side facing west, maybe we can talk about that a little bit more, but you know, a lot of that wall stuff was done to try to accommodate some concerns. So we'll have to see, you know, if there's anything more we want to say on that. With regards to the modifications, I think that there's been a good justification for the height and floor modifications, and that the outcome is within the recommendations of the code. So that seems to all have been taken care of very well. So those were my comments. Anybody else? George, feel free to jump in and say anything, or you can just hold off and go along with it at this point. Thanks so much. All right. Good. Well, let's go ahead and, oh, John, go ahead and talk. Oh, you're muted still.
I respect your comments and your thoughts about design, but I don't think I'm completely in agreement with you, specifically regarding what's happening on the west side. And the west side has two elements that I'm concerned with. One is the part that is visible from University coming from the west, where there's a big blank brick wall going in from towards the south. And this is the part that's not overlooking the sorority patio or the building itself, but it's very visible from University Boulevard. And I find that big blank wall to be unacceptable. And I would like to see, you know, while I think that this is a reasonable project and it should move ahead, but I'd like to see us put in some conditions with respect to that. Secondly, with respect to the wall going further south from that brick portion that I just spoke about, I think that it is, you know, done probably as cheaply as possible to build that wall and make it solid, but I don't see that much effort has been given to make it attractive. And given the amount of traffic and the places from which that wall will be highly visible, and that's from along the alley and also along Pleasant Street to the west, I would like to see some conditions made to improve that from an attractiveness consideration.
Okay, thank you for that. Great. Okay, so let's see where we go with that, and let's start talking about key issue 2. Again, I'll just say with regards to the use review criteria, on a negative polling basis, is there anyone who thinks there are major reasons why this use would be inconsistent? And if we don't have any negatives, then we can just speak to this in general. All right, so so yeah, let's talk through it, and then you know, maybe we could save the safety of the neighbors to the west issue for kind of near the end of this discussion. But are there any other comments that people have with regards to key issue 2? Yeah, Peter.
Elaine said something that I thought was interesting, that the compatible transition between higher and lower, and the idea of relative tranquility being the gold standard in hotels. People were paying money so they can sleep, so they can get rest. So obviously people enjoy themselves in their hotels and whatnot, but the very concept of the oasis of a hotel and what people come there for, if they're unable to sleep, and though there will be parties, most people will go there and expect that they will get rest. It was meaningful to me. I don't know if it's germane here to that point, but it seemed like of all the uses and of all the things we could talk about, the idea that the core identity of this is sleep.
Great. Any other comments on use? And I think that if we want to talk about, you know, parking and circulation, that would fit nicely into here. If anybody had any additional comments on those areas.
I think we talk about, if we talk about the challenges that exist and not what would be in a perfect world, but have they done, has everyone involved in this done everything they can to mitigate the circumstances around this? That no one liked the service loading from day one. I'm sure the applicant didn't either. Dumping that many cars on Pleasant, right, was also a concern, but you're not going to put them on Broadway. So it's a tough one. I think a lot of thought and work has gone into it. I'm certain there are a few issues with it, but I will want to look at it the other direction of we're trying to get a lot into our tiny town. We're trying to get the right amount into our tiny town. And so I'd welcome comments from folks who know more or who have transportation more on their mind. I mean, David, you're always a vocal.
Sure. Well, I'll go next since you kind of said my name there. Yeah, I think the transportation management plan, which is has to be completed as a condition, has you know, has and will continue to analyze this, and there's been a lot of thought put into it, and there's a lot more detail than there was at concept review. I think that it is an example of where we're moving in terms of de-emphasizing cars, and that always comes with a certain amount of you know, it's a bit of a paradigm shift when you have fewer spaces on site and 100% valet parking. It certainly is a paradigm shift, but it's something that you know, when you have very scarce land to use and you want to use it to the best of the ability and you want to really make it a place that people can live and enjoy, that we make trade-offs. So I think that the solution that's been proposed here is good, and I think it's approvable, and I don't see, with regards to the transportation, anything that I would change, but maybe somebody else will have something that they want to say. There's been a good, I think that there's the hotel use is consistent with the land use and zoning, MUB land use and BMS zoning. And it does serve as a transition from higher to lower density uses. So I think that those criteria are met quite well. The condition regarding the maintenance of the transit stop along Broadway, I guess it was analyzed and decided not to have the buses pull off Broadway. So, but it'll be a nice stop there, and I can imagine why that decision was made. And while we're talking circulation, coordination with the CU Conference Center, as that goes forward, and this is really a city thing, I would hope that our transportation folks would really look at some kind of interesting ways to design that intersection, because there's going to be kitty corner traffic going from the northeast to the southwest corner between these sites. And there's a lot of really cool intersections that if you hit the button, all the car traffic will stop, and then a diagonal crossing gets enabled. And so people could cross all directions if there was a light cycle that let that happen. So that's just something to think about. We don't really have that anywhere in Boulder, but I think of places like Shibuya in Tokyo, where like all the pedestrians just kind of suddenly stream out and cross in all different directions. Which I think
You're describing a Denver barn dance, David.
Is that what it is? I've never heard of that before.
Yeah, we used to have them.
Denver barn dance. So with that, and then of course there's solar panels in the plan rather than just wiring for solar. So that's nice to see always. EV charging and things like that. So so there's a lot to like. The sorority concerns were discussed, and I think that we can, you know, people feel free to make more comments, but we can start to talk about whether there are some specific things. The three areas I saw were the placement of the hot tub. Gosh, I jotted them down.
But I have the letter and I have the letter in front of me. If that helps, David.
Yeah, I was just going to mention the ones that I know that the three top ones. Yeah, the placement of the hot tubs, the window configuration, and the placement of the gate for the path. I think were the three that maybe were the most right.
And I think maybe some lighting of the pathway and something more effective or hoped for more effective in a alley management plan. And it sounds to me like there's also a need for some significant agreement on that wall and who's responsible for it and what it's going to look like and how it's maintained, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, that seems like a subject. I don't know that we can make a condition, but it does seem like a subject worth at least touching on.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and that gets back to some of your concerns as well, John. Great. So
yeah, I'd like to make clear what my concerns were in that respect. And that was that it's not obvious to me that a sorority can request special treatment compared to other private landholders over what the neighbors are allowed to develop. I mean, we have regulations in this town that describe the relation, what people are allowed to do next to others. I'm sympathetic to their concerns, of course, but the degree to which it's appropriate to require unique issues to be done for this project in order to make the neighbor sorority satisfied, I think we need to think carefully about, because it could set a precedent for other locations and neighbor requirements. So I think it's something we want to use think about carefully.
Yeah, thank you, John. I agree with that. I think that anything we put in would need to be consistent with, you know, with general concerns, not necessarily, you know, the general concerns for safety with regards to the areas that we've looked at. We'd have to be fairly specific, or maybe we just give guidance for staff to sign off. What kinds of things we'd like to see before staff would sign off, right? So if people have ideas, throw them out there and we can see if they seem like they would be fair, and if the applicant, you know, if they wouldn't put an undue burden on the applicant, I think would be useful. Lupita?
Yes, I think I'm already unmuted. So actually, I think this is another teaching moment to talk about equity. And in this case, you know, we have spoken about equity in the past, about how people have different needs. And now we're looking at gender needs. And we live in a country that is widely recognized that there's a lot of violence against women about many things. I mean, we just went through this situation with the Asian community that is suffering, and the ways that the Mexican community suffered last year, and the Black community has been suffering for centuries. So there's a lot of suffering. And so when we talked about, you know, not playing favorites or trying to make things equal, I think it's not about treating everybody the same, but considering the specifics of the different people that may be affected. So this is about an equity situation, not about an equality thing. We don't treat everybody the same where the needs are different. So I prefaced it. We live in a country with a lot of violence against women. So before you go on to say we're going to treat everybody else, apply the rules equally, I want the men in this board to think about your, hopefully you have daughters, how would you like to be protective onto the women? And not to say that there's no violence against men, but this is one of the places where I really just want everybody to take a step back and think about how we can use the equity lens that we have been given in the city to make sure that what we do moving forward, it is done with equity in mind, not just with equality. Does that make sense? And I think I said these things because we hit this sort of space before for another kind of case, but it's my deepest belief that if we just take a little bit of time, we figure out that the perfect place we can all agree, and then everybody can be comfortable saying we all trying our best so that everybody's treated in the right way, and we can help our city, meet the goals. Because I agree, this area could be a great space for the city. So we want to make sure that it is beneficial in all directions. And so I just want to bring that up because sometimes people forget. One size doesn't fit all.
Thank you, Lupita. I think those are really great observations. Anyone else have anything general, or does anyone start to think about any specific ways that we could ask for these concerns to be addressed? Lisa?
Yeah, that's a good question on the specific thing, and I'm not sure I have a good answer to that just yet. I think one thing that stood out to me, and it's always hard to know when we're in these public meetings and we're not involved in conversations behind the scenes, as we shouldn't be. But it seemed, at least publicly in this forum, that the hotel was expressing an interest in addressing at least some of the concerns that the sorority house had. So when I think about how we might condition, it might be, and it's just kind of loosey-goosey language, but taking into consideration two different things, which I think are both important. One is to treat different people and different groups of people fairly in a legal context, and not to preference people in ways that we're not going to preference everyone else, and not to set a precedent where we have to provide that same consideration to everyone. And also simultaneously recognizing the ways in which certain people are less safe and are impacted by the world around them, and equity issues that require sometimes extraordinary measures to address them. And so I think that's always kind of a tricky space to operate in. My instinct, which might be a little bit kicking the can, so I welcome other people to weigh in with better ideas, is to encourage the two parties to work with each other, or to enter into some form of mediation, or something to address that, and not putting necessarily the city in a position of preferencing a certain group, while certainly I can speak for myself individually, and hopefully for other members of the board as well, recognizing valid concerns, and that this kind of thing should be addressed. So that's where I'm at. I don't know how that pans out in terms of language or legality, but that's how I'm feeling about that question.
I think that that it would probably be, I think there's really great ideas there. I think that we can't really condition the approval on the approval of something that we don't put in that's specific by another party. That's not, there has to be a mediation. There has to be someone who makes the final determination, but we can't just make it. We can't give other people, other entities the ability to sign off on this. So I would say one thing I'm hearing definitely from a safety standpoint is lighting. Do we feel that the lighting that is proposed is inadequate? Because I know lighting is in this proposal, but do we feel like I also heard management of the alley. Sarah?
Well, I'm just thinking, I don't have an exact answer for you on those two specific questions, but maybe if we're allowed to pull up that grid that Danica presented, which were the 10 conditions requested by the sorority, and talk through amongst ourselves and with Hella what we can actually consider as possible conditions.
Yes, I think that makes sense. Hella, you've been probably thinking about this a bit as we were going through, and it would be fine to put up Danica's slide again, because Danica, I think that was really useful to help us understand things that you are working on that we could potentially condition. So if we could bring that slide up.
And something I'd be interested in hearing about from staff or potentially the applicant, if appropriate, would just be what falls under whose purview, like who has the ability to pay for or chip in or maintain or whatever certain areas versus what, you know, is the city's responsibility or the district's responsibility through the city or, you know, the developer, because that's just something that's rising up for me.
I wonder if that's something Hella and staff can help us with as we talk this through. Because there may be some things that just are off the table, which is different from either the applicant wanting them off the table or the sorority wanting them on the table.
Well, how do you want to do it? Would you like me to lead us through this, and then we can call on Hella and, to give us advice when you. Okay, so number one, additional traffic into the alley. You know, in my opinion, there's, you know, there wouldn't necessarily be a lot we could do here. There's been a lot of work on the traffic management plan. So I don't know that I would see opportunity here, but maybe others have something they'd like to say. This is.
Yeah, the starting point for conditions of approval, of course, is that you impose conditions of approval only if you find that without those conditions, the project does not meet the review criteria. Right. So how is it meeting the review criteria or not? And does the condition bring the project there? If it doesn't meet it, is the starting point. And I don't know if you want to go through each one of these points or the ones that you're concerned about that without addressing them, the review criteria are not met. With this first one, I think it would be great for Charles to address maybe the study that has been done and staff's view on that.
Yeah, that would be great, Charles.
Thanks. So, you know, these issues with alley management aren't unique, and they exist, you know, in a lot of communities, but particularly downtown Boulder, we see a lot of interface between commercial structures, sometimes new commercial structures, new commercial businesses, and an interface with residential. You know, and over time, everybody learns, you know, what the patterns are and kind of learn to coexist. You know, and really the service function of an alley is to, the function of an alley is really to provide those service functions and to hide some of the unsightly, you know, functions of the building. So, you know, it's kind of a natural issue when you have an interface between a commercial business and a residential setting. But in this particular case, if it's about the timing of deliveries, then I think that that's something that the applicant could easily address. One thing we do know is that when you pay people to deliver you things, you can work with them on the timing. So I think we could probably craft conditions of approval around delivery timing or the number of, you know, consecutive deliveries or no more than one delivery at a time. I think we have options there to the extent that that's helpful. But preventing, you know, that service function in the alley, I'm not sure that that's something we'd be able to craft a condition around. Nor do I think that there's appropriate locations for that type of loading off of Pleasant, being that it's there's a whole curbside management program that's being proposed there. I think the other thing that I would say is recognizing that the space back there is tight and it is a very uniquely configured lot. They've included a hammerhead at the end of their property there so that trucks can turn around and head out of the alley, and it could also serve as off alley loading space. So I think the applicant has been pretty thoughtful in the utility of the design. And I think it does provide additional maneuverability back there than we see in actually a lot of dead end alleys.
Okay, thank you, Charles. That's really useful with that one. So, does anyone have any desire to propose any language that you think would assure that we meet the city code criteria better and the neighborhood criteria better? Because I know that, you know, the hammerhead, like Charles said, has been put in to kind of make maneuverability better, and it moves it inside the footprint of the building. So maybe hours would be of interest.
Yeah, I think given what is on the matrix and that the applicant has indicated a willingness to accept a condition of approval that has to do with limited number of service vehicle trips per day or limited hours of service vehicle trips, and Charles's point that the management team can work with his or her delivery folks to determine those hours. I think that's worth putting in.
So are you saying that maybe put in like delivery hours as a suggest delivery hours as a condition?
And maybe we don't suggest them. Maybe we limit it. We, instead of suggesting hours, we suggest the 2 service vehicle trips per day, and then let the 2 institutions that talk it through when that, you know, when the sorority needs things delivered and when the hotel and retail folks need things delivered. Let them sort of work it out.
Okay. All right. So potentially we would put a condition on that. Alley management plan. I know they're working.
I just have a clarification, David, on that. How does the alley function today? I mean, are those businesses that are served by it, are they getting deliveries through there now? Charles, do we have a sort of current state of affairs that we can measure this against?
There are service functions back there. I don't think to the degree, and I'll need to pull my map back up, so if you'll bear with me. I know that the sorority certainly receives, you know, their food deliveries back there at this point. Of course, my map just closed. Bear with me here.
And I don't know if I'm looking to see if I saw anything in the package that currently addresses this.
The only reason I brought it up was because listening in the comment period, that the head of the sorority had mentioned, or one of the people related to the sorority had mentioned, they're getting multiple deliveries a day. And so I just want to make sure we don't try to put constraints, you know, on already existing processes that they're working through beyond what the hotel or the commercial businesses are already doing through that alley.
Yeah, I think probably the main delivery back there would be the sorority. There are some back of the house operations, you know, in the Pleasant side across the parking lot, but they look to be pretty insignificant at this point. You know, because it's a parking lot area back there right now, so it doesn't really function as an alley.
So, Charles, are you saying that because the current configuration is that the existing stores have parking lots, what is the alley right now doesn't serve an alley per se, an alley function, and what's going to happen with the hotel is the parking lot goes away and therefore the alley is brought back into its original purpose of delivery. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that it probably will, be the primary. Well, I shouldn't say primary, because I think in the alley management plan that was included, there'll be deliveries that happen in the parking garage as well. But the deliveries to the hotel that will occur in the alley, right now it just looks like the way that, the existing strip mall out there is configured, that trucks are probably just parking in the parking lot and turning on their flashers and, loading in to the businesses that they can get to in the back. And, trucks are probably using the parking lot in the front to load into the portions of the building, that aren't accessible by the alley or the parking lot. So I think, to answer your question, the alley as it's designed now will probably take on more of that traditional function that exists now.
So this may be just such a dumb question, but the retail spaces will also have to get their deliveries through that alley.
Actually, didn't I see in the packet that the retail spaces would just use the entrance on the plaza, and
Okay.
I think I saw that.
Sorry, I didn't see that.
It'll be the future. It'll just be online ordering and drop shipping at the house anyway. So.
But and what we'll do is let's just see if we can settle on what seems to be the best set of condition possibilities that can address these equity and safety concerns, and then ask the applicant to comment on this. But I do see 2 service vehicle trips per day anticipated. That seems pretty low. If we were, maybe we could provide a condition that would provide a little bit more flexibility, and then hours like I don't know if 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. is reasonable hours for delivery service, or is that or 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. I don't know what would be the right. Yep.
I think we need to be careful. The alley is a public utility, and the hotel has as much right to use it as the existing neighbors along it. So I think it would be unreasonable or inappropriate to place limits on the hotel which don't also apply to the other users of the alley.
Okay.
I'm more comfortable, and again, I know it's fuzzy, and enforcing fuzzy things is kind of a nightmare, but I agree with John, and I feel more comfortable at some kind of a good neighbor agreement, or something like that. And I want to take into account staff's point about what we can and can't do, but it's a right of way. I just and I worry that if we provide that to one person who has a concern, even a completely legitimate concern that we're empathetic to, how do we say no to anyone who comes along next time?
Okay. Well, those are good concerns. So, we could just have a general, or we could just leave it to the applicant to continue with the MOU, and we know that that's being worked out. So we could just stay silent on it as well.
I'm okay with that. And how many 100-something years that this group has been here? This is their HUD. They should be able to come. Yeah, I'd rather leave it to that. I hear what John's saying loud and clear, and Lisa. And the hardest part about every one of these is there's always a group that we have to say, look, this is going to affect how you exist now. And I think the applicant's point was, in one way, they said, look, there was a wall here before there was a building, and that's what there is now. And you wanted a wall, and then you don't want a wall. I mean, it's at a certain point we can't get into all of it. If we hew to the criteria and we try to be even and fair, and then we hope that as adults and folks with business to run, they can work out their MOU.
Lupita?
Yeah, I just thought as we started this discussion, Sarah just said what I think just needs to happen is basically just articulate that the agreement in terms of timing really has to come from these two groups. And we just step out, but if we can just make sure that that goes into the agreement, that the timing has to be agreed upon, so that there is a recognized understanding that these two groups always know when the deliveries are going to happen. And if it doesn't, then it's a breaking of the agreement, because I think it's the timing that needs to, whether it's within a certain time of the day, we don't know. I have no idea what's the best time, but they will know. And so as long as it's clear that that agreement comes from them, I think that's all we can do. Just make sure that that language is in there.
So by them, you mean the applicant completes an MOU that addresses these concerns, and the city sees that that was done before signing off?
Yeah, so the agreement that is that they have the input from the group, and namely the neighbors, as of when that timing will happen, when the deliveries will have to happen. We were talking about 8 in the morning to 8 at night. We were throwing numbers in there or times. We don't know, but they should know, and they should have. And I believe that they can have a discussion. You know, and somebody mentioned, you know, people can have these conversations. My goodness, yes, these are adults. Should be able to have some, you know, just like going there with, like we usually do in this panel. Many of us, we just talk a lot, but at the end, usually we come to a very comfortable agreement. And so all I'm saying is they can do this because they will air their concerns on both sides, and then they can come out to that timing that makes sense for them. And unfortunately, I don't think any of us in this board have enough knowledge to even propose good timings.
Right. Cool. So I agree with all of that was said. So it sounds to me like we're looking at some very general language that just says subject to the completion of an MOU that addresses the alley management plan. Something like that.
And David,
including the timing for deliveries. So all I'm saying is the language you add, so that makes sure that I'm sorry, I'm gonna throw my engineering language. That one parameter is mentioned.
Okay. Sorry, Helen.
I suggest some language, because I think, you know, there are several property owners living along that alley, and all of them may at some point have deliveries, and maybe the language should be a little broader. How about language such as good faith efforts to coordinate deliveries and other services provided through the alley with neighboring property owners, managers, and tenants, so as to avoid conflicts between deliveries and other services provided to the properties served by the alley.
Great. Yeah, that sounds like it captures a lot of what we've been saying. Is that good enough, Lupita, with regards to that? I mean, that kind of includes the timing, right? Because it's you're coordinating.
It's the coordination.
Yeah, great. All right, now I did hear that there is potentially some leeway on the hot tub amenity placement. Is that something that we would want to specify, or just let that play out? What, do people have ideas on that?
Well, I think if the developer, if the applicant is prepared to make it a condition of approval, which is what this graph suggests, that we should go ahead and do so, make it a condition of approval. I mean, I can't think of a reason not to. That's sort of my feeling.
So we could ask the applicant whether they're thinking of moving the hot tub and just spell it out in the condition.
We could. I think what Danica said was they're gonna switch sides and put the plantings on the west side and the hot tub closer to the east side.
Yeah, Danica, would you mind clarifying what the thought was with regards to additional flexibility on placement of the hot tub?
Yeah, we could flip the design so that Sarah's right. The plantings would be on the west and the hot tub would be on the east. So that would just create more separation between that amenity and the Kappa house. We do have some access things that we need to sort out. It's not a quick flip. We've looked at it. So I think we can probably accommodate the need to separate the hot tub from the edge. We did design it so that you cannot see in the hot tub was actually designed to be on the edge. So if you're sitting in the hot tub, you literally can't see over the balcony. So we did design it that way, but and there's a line of sight here on this diagram, but if that isn't acceptable, then we can work on it. So this might be one that we can work on a design with Kappa to find the appropriate location, because it may be that this is the better location because you actually can't see out. And if you're sitting in water, you can't look over the rail. So we thought it was a good solution, but we're happy to continue to work on it.
So maybe if the condition just said move the positioning of the hot tub further to the east.
Yeah, thank you, Maureen. She's circling a different configuration that we could work on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
This may exist in hot tub world, but that's the first hot tub view shed diagram I've ever seen. It's like a lighthouse.
Great. All right.
So that's acceptable.
So would a condition that says move the hot tub placement further to the east be acceptable to people?
Yes, and I just want to quickly mention that this is one of the things that I will consider with the safety piece. So I really appreciate it, and I believe that was also part on the list from the lawyer that spoke earlier.
Great. All right, and let's see, I think that the privacy wall is more just we could talk about that a little bit separately. Is that part of this safety issue?
I think you skipped over the windows, which are.
Oh, the windows, I'm sorry. So the
Okay.
windows, that one also, it seemed like there was some room to make some specific changes that the applicant had thought of. Do we want to add that condition as well?
In that one, David, I think it would be good to understand if the applicant was proposing changes or if the applicant was saying that the plans already show what the sorority is asking for.
Yeah, Danica, could you clarify on that one?
Yeah, I think it does. And I think it just would be, again, to Lupita's point, a conversation that we need to have. It's hard to have in person, but we did already, those windows are non-operable, they're smaller, and they don't go to the ground. So that is something we've already done. And so we think we've met it, but if we haven't, we're willing to, have it be a condition to make sure. But I think it is being met according to our architects. And that I just got a confirmation from my architect that we think it's being met. So
I don't know if we need to condition that one. It's if it's already been addressed. What do you think?
That's how I had understood it, that had already been addressed by the small windows and modifications.
Mm-hmm. And then the privacy wall was specifically to address this. It did raise some additional concerns about aesthetics, but that one, it seems like it's pretty much what it is.
The question I had on aesthetics, and maybe we can just get some clarification from Danica, what I heard you say was that it'll be a CMU wall and they'll have the opportunity to have it finished. Is the applicant proposing that they're going to pay for the finishing of the wall, or are you putting the burden on the sorority to pay for it?
I think we were proposing a CMU wall that's painted. And so again, that's a 12-foot, stabilized wall. So it's, that's what we were able to accommodate. We can paint it whatever color they want. But if there's an upgrade to a different finish, we're suggesting that they could work on that upgrade on their side, but we aren't able to take it beyond that level of finish. But we can certainly talk about materiality. I mean, we could do a wood fence, we could do, something different. But we felt a 12-foot, very big, it's a very big wall. So, and it's about $150,000. So I think,
I was wondering if that kind of met the aesthetic standard that, whether it's stuccoed or some base level of finish beyond that they're not staring at a prison wall, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's one we can work with them on. It's definitely a security wall is what we were building. So that has a certain element, but we can work with them, and it is on our property entirely. So the maintenance would so we can work out a maintenance agreement as well, but we also placed it on our property so they didn't have the burden of taking care of it, and it wasn't encroaching into their property. So certainly there's room for continued discussion about how to make that better, but I don't know if there's additional conditions that would, I think we can work on that with them.
And from a legal perspective, there are site review criteria that talk about the pedestrian experience and the architectural interest a building creates. So if you find that doesn't exist in this area, you could add conditions to add design elements or art or something like that.
Thank you, Hela, because I was going to make a comment regarding that. I went to a high school in LA where we had the Great Wall of LA with a very long mural, and it was a site of visit. I loved, very proud of that. I didn't participate in it, but every time I go home, I always like to go walks along that to see it. It talks about the development of the LA area from the very beginning, prehistoric times, and it was really nice. And as we were listening about this empty wall, I was thinking, maybe this will be one thing where maybe the sorority house can create something where they can present the history. We talked about it being around for 100 years. And I don't know, it's just kind of my brain started going on, because I really do think that there's maybe a missed opportunity right now where it can really be something of a plus as opposed to something of an eyesore. So I just wanted to throw that out there, because I started thinking about my high school years, and even when I go home, like I said, it really is a place that makes me feel good, and it could potentially have that kind of that kind of air if we think about it. Just
Great.
my comment.
Okay, well, I mean, we could certainly, make the condition something like add design elements to the privacy wall or something general like that, and just let that fall. Does that make sense? And then let's see, the southern gate, that one was listed as a potential condition of approval. And I know that is something. Now, can someone articulate the the concern around the positioning of the southern gate? I haven't quite followed the exact concern over it. And Danica, maybe you could just tell us.
I'm reading the request, and it says move the further south so that its location is consistent with the north edge of the alley. And my understanding is we don't have a problem with that. I think it's just a location thing. And so, what I will point out that area is it can be very dark, and we don't want to create secret hiding places. So that was one of the things we were trying to do. And so if the gate is, if their preference or however we didn't create any pedestrian activity or any activation on that side of our building as well to create a pretty safe space. So I think moving the gate is fine, or maybe making it a gate. I'm not exactly sure, but we're happy to work on that.
So we could say move the privacy fence further to the south if it doesn't create additional safety concerns.
I think it's a gate. I think it was a gate at the southern end of the privacy fence. Or that it's meant to.
We have a slide. We can go to 21 if you want.
Let's take a look at that.
It's hard to see detail on the online things sometimes.
And I know this is taking a while, but we have to be specific here.
Yeah.
So there's I think it's the service gate. So I think they're asking us to put it at the base of our dumpsters, I believe, like that. So right now it's shown up there, and I believe they're asking for it to move down south to where the dumpsters are.
Okay.
I think. So that whole area is locked off. I haven't, oh, somebody says I'm correct. So I think that's, that's it. So I do think the idea is that we're gating off that whole back of the area so people can't go back there and hide. So
And if
that's fine with us, I
if
think.
that's acceptable, we can add that as a condition.
Okay.
All right. But then, and then the rest of them, I felt like there was some pretty good progress on, but if anybody, I guess if we could put that last slide back up with those, if anybody wanted to talk to any of the other 4 items, you know, I feel like there's indication that there's been discussion and some agreement, but if anyone sees anything they'd like to talk about,
I don't want to jump ahead, but does lighting fall under any of these?
Yeah, well, I don't see lighting, and so we could potentially see. I can't remember. I know that I saw a lighting plan for the path.
And the path is lit. So I think that might be taken care of. And it's in one of their, it's just, we kind of rolled everything up. But the challenge is we can't spill lighting onto our neighbors by our lighting ordinance. So we do, I can show you the plan that there is lighting on the path. So I think it might be addressed because, but we also, I don't know if there might be guidance to, do we want an exception if we need more lighting? Because there's only so much we can do by code in our dark sky ordinance. So
yeah, and that was one of the things I was thinking about, the dark sky ordinance, what's your property, what's public right of way, and then also just to a certain extent, and we might, depending on how it fits into your plan and what we can do legally, I know that there's longer term plans to try to activate some of the alleys and put more art into the alleys. Yeah, so I'd be curious to hear from staff, you know, and others just kind of around what's possible with lighting, you know, and what's legally allowable, what's maybe best practice through that space, you know, and then perhaps even, you know, think a little bit about the financial implications. But I appreciate that, you know, you can only have downlights and they're not going to flood the whole space because they're designed not to, which is them working as intended.
Well, I was just going to add that there is an opportunity in the lighting ordinance to have light exceed the standard if it's to for pedestrian pathway purposes. And I was just about to pinpoint that code section, but I'll jump back on if you need me to, but we could probably make that.
I would say generally, I would say generally the city's lighting regulations and the maximum levels that are prescribed in the code absolutely lend themselves to pedestrian safety in these types of environments. So I think it's really more about the lighting design. There's a lot of different ways to have down lights and still design it so that the space is flooded with light without actually polluting the night sky. So that's typically a detail that we would get to at the technical document review phase. So if we just wanted to include a condition of approval that says that that portion of the path shall be lit, that's absolutely something that we could address subsequent to tonight's proceedings.
Great.
That.
Yeah, and maybe we could word it to say design the lighting along the path for pedestrian safety as allowed. Well, we don't even have to add that, for pedestrian safety, right? So I could read kind of what the notes I've taken. I probably don't have good motion language yet, but we have, you know, the motion with subject conditions of approval recommended by the staff. And then something, you know, Hella had really good language for and good faith efforts to coordinate deliveries between neighbors, et cetera, to avoid conflict. Hot tub placement to be moved to the east. Add design elements to the privacy wall. Move the fence further to the south if it doesn't create additional safety concerns, we can take that if people don't think we need it. And design lighting along the path for pedestrian safety. Those are the ones that I've taken notes on so far. Do these seem reasonable and in the right direction? And they capture the concerns that people have had? Great.
And I can suggest language for each of them. I've been drafting as you have been speaking.
Excellent. Yeah, is that something that we could have you display when the time is right? Or you could email it to me, whichever makes the most sense.
Yeah, maybe I'll email it to you.
Great.
So there was another condition which didn't have to do with the interface with the sorority, but had to do just with changing the management plan for a 24/7 property manager on site. And I'd like to suggest that we make sure we add that in as a condition, as another condition.
Wasn't that addressed by the applicant that there's someone there 24/7?
Yeah, what they said was they were happy to accept that condition.
Oh, okay. I thought they were just assuring us that it was already in there. Okay, cool.
At least
I think
that's
they
my
were saying that the
recollection.
hotel will have someone 24/7, and perhaps that was the disconnect.
We said there's property management 9 to 5, and then there's 24/7 or maintenance 9 to 5, but property management 24/7. So I think those are kind of two separate things. So there will be on-site somebody to call and deal with any situation that arises 24/7. I don't think they will have an on-site property manager there because that wouldn't make sense over the weekends, but there would be somebody to call if there was a problem.
Yeah.
On site.
Yeah, I think the way what we were presented as the property management plan made it sound like the bartenders, it would be the folks on site evenings and weekends. I mean, it didn't sound like it was the person responsible for dealing with stuff.
Yeah, Swayze was not going to be there.
No, we can fix that.
Okay, great.
Great. Okay, so we'll add something about on-site property management. Anything else?
Yeah, I'd like to focus on the west elevation. I have a couple of proposals. One is that the material used in the west elevation be the same as that used in the rest of the on the other elevations, rather than just in what we've seen, it's just stucco or some similar material there, which is clearly done to minimize costs, but I think we lose the aesthetic element of it there. And then the other suggestion I have is that for the portion which is visible from University Boulevard coming from the west, that there be some sort of artistic, some effort to make that more aesthetically desirable through some sort of art.
So, okay, well, let's take those one at a time. We did talk about adding design elements to the privacy wall, but you're talking about the actual.
Well, those are the design elements that I'm talking about. I mean, if somebody else has other design element suggestions, that sounds fine. I'd be interested.
Oh, so you just want to be more specific than just saying design elements.
Yeah, I think that's very vague.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those are my suggested design elements, but perhaps somebody else has another suggestion.
John, I just want to double check that I'm understanding. You're not talking about the facade of the building on the west. You're talking about the security wall?
No, I'm talking about the building itself.
Okay,
Okay. So
that's a
that-
very different thing.
That's
Yeah,
very-
no. I'm not talking about the wall. Just
I'm-
but I'm the wall of the building, not the separate wall that is being
Okay, so
built,
the facade, the west facade of the building.
That's right.
Okay. Well, does anybody else have a comment on that idea? I don't know.
I have to bring up the picture.
What's easy to ignore is that many people who don't live in the area, they just come along from Broadway. And so they see the eastern side and perhaps the southern and northern side. But there's a lot of people who come from the west, both along University and along Pleasant Street and along the alley. And so
I wonder if somebody could put up the west elevation. That is on A14 of the there we go. Perfect. Thank you. So we've talked about asking for some detail along the privacy fence, which would be that lower thing. So you're talking about like that gray thing under the windows, the kind of blank wall.
Well, the whole, including the windows, I mean, the whole building wall there.
Oh, okay. So you want material improvements along there.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
What is that now?
Danica, is that something that your team can kind of talk to? What's on that around? Because it does look a little.
Danica, you're muted.
This is all building facade. It's CMU at the loading area. So this metal panel to match the rest of the facade, brick turning the corners, and then stucco on the upper two levels of the hotel guest rooms. So it is fairly articulated. It's also not visible. It's very unvisible from anywhere. So we can also show a kind of a view shed of what you could see there from the public realm.
Yeah, we have the brick returning on both of the sides. So when you're walking on either University or Pleasant, you'll see the brick return.
So this is, and it is, it's not just, cinder block or something. It's a finish. You said stucco?
Yes, where the upper, the windows are on the, that's shown in gray, that is stucco. It's a little darker. And then the one at grade is CMU. That's the loading area.
So, and can you show us the visual from the street? That'd be great.
I think it's slide. It's in the slide deck. Let's see. Yeah. God for technology. So that's this upper left is from a bird's eye view of that portion of the building.
Right.
And I'll note that this is loading in service. So I think I don't think we made it this super clear, but this site was very challenging. We got rid of all the curb cuts on Broadway, University, and Pleasant and turned it into one curb cut on this whole project. And so this is our back of house, and it's our service and delivery and parking garage. And so it's hard to puncture it or put, it is really truly the back of house on this very four-sided building or three-sided building. So
but it is.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say, but it is visible. If you're walking down University, you're going to see the top of the building, right? You'll see it. You may not notice it because it's, once it's built, you'll stop noticing it maybe, but you'll see it, right?
This is not the view that we're concerned with right now. This is the front. We're talking about the back.
I'm not sure if it shows up in this fly through. Yeah, you might see it. It's set back So when you're walking on the sidewalk, yeah, we'd have to study it. I mean, most buildings have their face brick and it returns the corner. And then you have the material in the back of house, and that's pretty standard, and it's been that way.
I understand that is common, but this is Boulder. And
well, I actually don't think it looks, personally, I don't think it looks bad, and I think it looks appropriate for facing that access alley in the back. And as long as it's, as long as the material is a finished material, right now I'm not seeing a huge, I'd be interested in what other people are thinking, but.
I think we're almost to the back, John.
Okay,
there we go.
Uh-oh.
Looking at the elevation, but.
And then we go up.
Yeah.
So we didn't really capture that view. Yeah.
And it's set back, so we have brick that returns the corner on the meeting room mass, and then there's the stair core that's clad in metal panel, and then it transitions to stucco. So it's pretty far back if you were to measure from the north property line where it transitions to the more back of house material.
Well, I suppose that's the view the sorority gets, and if they can live with it, that's up to them. But I am more concerned about what we see on the coming from University Boulevard, going east on University, and coming to this big blank wall that I understand is brick. That is the west elevation of that building there. Do you see what I'm talking about?
Yes.
There?
So
and
the Kappa
Yeah,
property right now has beautiful lush trees. We've modeled them pretty accurately for where they're located. So I think the foliage will block that view for most of the way when you're walking east along the university.
For 6 or 7 months a year.
Sure.
Can we look
You
at
still
that
have the
west wall?
silhouette.
Is that west wall something that is somewhere in the fly-through or otherwise modeled that we could pull out?
I'm assuming that wall's there because it's a meeting room. That's what, like the stage, the projection wall. And there's a reason that.
Which one are you talking about now? The
the university wall looking southeast. And I think Peter's asking why you would have a blank wall that would normally have a view of the Flatirons.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And so there must be a internal and
yeah, it's just the arrangement of the rooms, and so we have a bathroom on that wall, so we don't have a window there.
And just to be clear, it's that big blank wall, that big blank square in the top left. That
yeah.
So
and that
what
language.
I immediately think of, honestly, and I'd be curious to hear the answer to Peter's question, is I'm immediately thinking of Ballpark District in Denver, and what a great place to put up some art. I again think of it that way. So I'll just put that out there, and I don't want to interrupt the flow of answering the question about why it's blank. But I think something that could be done to add interest to that, I think of the historic ads and so on that have been preserved in Denver, and maybe we can do something cool with that wall and make it less of a big blank wall.
All right, well, maybe, okay, I don't know if I've heard of specific language that we would want to condition this with, other than, I know, John, you said use materials like stucco, which I've heard that they are using. Go ahead. I'm just wondering if there are any other areas we want to discuss, and then we maybe can just start to go ahead and hammer out a motion with some conditions. Are there any other areas that we need to go into? And Elaine, did you want to add something?
Oh, I did. I was just going to point to the DAB comments on that. Since we were talking DAP earlier, I am just going to share the screen really quick because I think it's instructive. They did comment on that, and they did have a pretty thorough look at all sides of the building. And so what I've highlighted here is northwest side of the hotel, if blank, was not of great concern. And I know they tackled that, so I don't know if that's instructive for the conversation or not, but I just wanted to jump in and share that.
And this is a key point for John, and John is our liaison there. And so I'd also ask what bearing their decision that day was on their opinion of art or not art to us today.
I mean, I would be satisfied with specifying that they need to consider some, their relationship with the art museum and move ahead with that and consider their options. I mean, I'm not in a position to specify what should happen there. Just doesn't seem satisfactory to me right now. But I defer. I'm willing to defer it to the folks who specialize in the aesthetic aspects of these buildings.
Yeah, this was what we've dealt with on the redevelopment of the Top Hat, the back end of the Top Hat building, as well as the side, I think, facing east. And
okay, well, let's just see. Are there, like I say, I mean, we can really, I think once we start working on language, we can figure out if there's something we need to add to a motion. But are there any other topics that people want to discuss, or does anyone want to actually make a motion? Or Helen, I don't know if you sent your language. I'm sorry, you're muted.
I'll do it right now.
Oh, great. That's great.
so I'll make it the motion and then we can add. So David.
And or Elaine, or do you have the screen sharing? Should I send it to you too, and you can try to put it on the screen?
Please.
Sure.
That'd be great.
Yeah.
And Peter, then if you'd like to make the motion, we can then start working on language. It's so interesting to be the chair talking us through these things. Thanks for all the cooperation.
Well, while that's happening, maybe one idea, and again, it's just an idea and not meant to be a condition, but to imagine a Trump Loel on that wall of windows.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, that's the kind of thing that I feel like, planning board can certainly make comments. And then,
I'm not suggesting it as a condition. I'm just trying to think about.
Yeah, you're using the downtime. I like it.
I'm using the downtime to tap into some creative impulse.
Spark creativity. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah.
I think it's, just the streetwise murals I think of, and I think of all the work that, and now I'm totally blanking because it's late, but the arts, Matt Shazansky and like all the arts work that the city of Boulder has done. I think there's some cool opportunities to kind of activate different aspects of the building. And I don't want to tell people exactly how to do that or what art belongs there or anything.
The sorority girls paintball guns.
Well,
let it be shoot the wall for charity.
What Dab suggested was to activate just that one wall on the northeast and to leave everything else not activated by art with an art piece. And I think it was sort of the less is more kind of idea. But if when this building gets built, if it gets built, but we'll see what happens over time.
You can also start with less is more and then
more is more.
Maybe more is more.
All right.
All right, where are we here? Add the following. No.
You need the original language.
So do you have the original motion language in front of you, Peter, or would you like me just to make it?
Okay, go ahead. I thought that's what was coming up on the screen.
I'll read the original motion language and then I'll add the conditions, and we can talk through it. Motion to approve site and use review case number LUR 2020-00040, incorporating the staff memorandum and the attached criteria checklist as findings of fact, subject to conditions of approval recommended in the staff memorandum, and adding the following to the conditions. The final plan shall be revised to add design elements to the brick area facing west on the northern end of the western building to create a more vibrant pedestrian experience when observing the project from the west going east on University Avenue. The final plans shall be revised to show the privacy wall on the western property line to include additional design details on the west side of that wall to create more interesting pedestrian experience. The final plans shall show a gate at the north edge of the alley between the privacy wall and the hotel. Does that, that gate already exists, but we're actually just moving it south, aren't we?
Yeah, and I think maybe it's something to check in with the applicant on, but they may want to keep a gate where they are currently showing one.
Oh, I see.
An additional one.
And the only caveat I heard from our engineer is that we do have some truck turning movements that need to be accommodated in there. So I think we can move it and kind of, hopefully achieve the goal of security, of securing that area, but also making sure we have our turning movements.
Okay. And then the outdoor lighting plan shall include lighting of the path connecting the alley with Pleasant Street for pedestrian safety. And then did we also want to add and hot tub placement to be moved east?
Yeah, that's a little bit further down.
Oh, is it? Okay. Oh, I see. So are these all ones we discussed? Let's see. Okay. Prior to a building permit application for the new building, the plans shall be revised subject to review and approval of the city manager to show the hot tub on the east side of the hot tub deck and planting and screening on the west side of the deck. And prior to building permit application for a new building, the management plan shall be revised to provide property management be present on the property 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Did I cover all of them or did I skip number 3? I think I skipped number 3. Prior to a building permit application for the new buildings, the applicant shall submit, subject to review and approval by the city manager, a revised alley management plan that shall include good faith efforts by the applicant to coordinate deliveries and other services provided through the alley with neighboring property owners, managers, and tenants so as to avoid conflicts between deliveries and other services provided to the properties served by the alley. So this is the motion that we're considering making. And those seem to capture most of what I've heard people say. Does anybody have any comments, John?
Yeah, I wonder if there might be a need for an additional condition, ensuring the public access to the plaza at all times. That it can't be locked off or that public access would be prevented.
Well, that's certainly been presented to us as key to this design, but
that's right. But you never know who wants to build what gates and fences at some point.
Okay, we could probably put something like that on there.
Well, and there is not, I don't think it's proposed to have a public access easement or something like that through there. And I don't think we could require that. I would say that if it was to be fenced off, that would significantly change the design. It would have to be amended through an approval process.
But I mean, one could imagine a circumstance that they put guards there that prevent folks from entering there. Is there nothing we can do to avoid that?
Guards?
Yeah, I mean, you said they would have to get permission to build a fence around it. But I'm just trying to ensure that there's always public access to that area.
I think it's not intended to be a purely public space. So if there was, for example, somebody who was causing issues, then I think the property owner would still be able to send them off the property. Otherwise, the city would have to get a property interest to that area to make it truly public.
Yeah, I mean, I hear the concern. You're thinking of past proposals that have offered public spaces where they haven't been what we've expected, but it does seem pretty key to this design that this is an open plaza that you move through. I just can't. I mean, it would seem to me to be. It's difficult for me to understand how that would change.
So Hella, you say that if they were to build a fence, they would have to come to obtain city permission for that. And that's okay. Well, I suppose then we're protected in that respect. Okay, thank you.
And one suggestion with the design element requirements for the privacy wall and that brick space that's facing west, if you have any kinds of suggestions of what that could be, that would be helpful to staff in applying this. And it could just listing an example what that might be, just to give a little bit better idea of what might be acceptable. Is it changing up how the brick looks, the brick design pattern itself, or something like that? Would that be sufficient? And maybe Charles or Elaine have some thoughts on that.
Well, so the applicant did put up some photographs of brickwork that they were referencing as ideas, and I don't know whether that was specifically for the northeast wall or whether that was I can't remember now what that was referencing, but something like that might be the kind of adding the kind of design detail. I think I'm hesitating because I've already heard my colleagues say that we aren't the ones who would know what to put up there. And we are hesitant to suggest something. Hella, I hear you wanting us to give some ideas, but I think we're all hesitant to do that.
Okay.
Anybody want to throw anything out there? Honestly, I was pretty happy when I heard that the finish for the upper parts around the windows was stucco, and then the other areas we're asking for just a little bit of texture, I guess, rather than just a blank wall, right?
Something, yeah.
So from a staff perspective, it's always most helpful for us when we have more prescriptive language when it comes to design details. So if the board wanted to add a condition of approval about that elevation of the building to include design elements through masonry, decorative masonry and brick coursing, I think that would give us something to work from if that's what the board's after. And on page, I want to say it's 48 of the packet, there were some examples of kind of some sculptural wall patterning that was being proposed that I think we could probably work from.
Oh, not page 48. Maybe it's 40.
So that's page 117 of the packet.
Page 117 of the packet.
Correct, yeah.
Everyone else's packet has the formatting where the number is put under the line that existed.
Oh, there we go. Is this?
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah,
it's on the left side of the screen.
If I can, the past architect members of the board are groaning because there's a word for this brickwork style.
Well, I find it a little bit concerning to add a huge amount of cost by doing something really really custom to the back of the building. I think that's a little unreasonable. So I would rather just say using brick or some sort of brick facing or something, rather than trying to save come up with a real custom design.
This is from their applicant. Can we not reference sculpture or building art as of a style shown in the applicant's presentation and their own work, their own proposal, so to speak? Sorry, it's late.
But I think the question is when, and I guess I'm going to ask Danica, when the applicant showed us these, were they referencing something they're already doing on some other part of the building? Or was this something they looked at and chose not to do? I can't remember now, 3 hours ago.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So we are definitely proposing this, but I think on that other wall, which is the east wall. So we had a really big discussion about this with Dab and talked about where to add like flair and where to let things be simple. And they told us very specifically, leave this northwest wall simple and flat and really focus this, I'm going to call it swirl. The architects would call it like board or brick detailing or coursework or the sculptural art on that pretty big wall that you can see, I think up, it's on the east.
Right, that wall.
Yeah, so they said really like make that your focus, that's the gateway, and put the flair there. And so we were really following that direction.
So what if we have a condition, thank you, Danica. What if we have a condition that just says to maintain the opportunity sometime in the future for the west wall to have, it's not about coursework, it's not about something built into the design, but rather in time revisiting that after the building's been built, people have lived with it for a while. So just so that it's captured somewhere. None of us are design gurus, and it's never a good idea to design on the fly. So
well, I think that's why we made the language rather general, and we've heard from staff that puts them in a difficult position to get this project to completion. So
then maybe we should get rid of the language.
I think we should get rid of the language, because I honestly, I don't know. Nobody else is speaking except for really to speaking up for sprucing up the back of the building to this level, except for John, and I haven't heard really strong opinions from anyone else. Does anyone feel that they need to have a really strong artistic design on the back of building here? I think we're getting ourselves into too much detail. So I would like, Peter, did you want me to make the motion? I know you originally said.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll
make it already.
So the motion I would make would be the same thing, but we would remove that language that we're struggling with regards to that wall. And I'll reread it if people think that they could support that kind of a motion. So why don't I do that again? Hell, if you could put up that language. And then I'll try to summarize it since we read through it once. And then once we get a second and some additional discussion and we're ready for a vote, I can restate it. So the motion to approve was the language from our packet. And then the conditions that we're thinking of putting in, which I can reread when we restate the motion. If you could, is this the very top here? Oop. All right. So I think we're talking about removing that first bullet, right? Is staff okay with us saying that the privacy wall would have a little extra design details? Or is that still kind of vague?
Hello?
Hello? Maybe Charles, do you think this this is something staff can work with? That we're asking for a little bit of more visual on the privacy wall?
Yeah, I think we can work with that.
Okay. Then I think that we talked about the gate, we talked about the lighting, we talked about the management plan. We talked about the hot tub, and I didn't hear any concerns about the language, so that we could make this the motion in front of the board, unless there's further discussion before we get a second.
Dave, can we go back to the wall for a moment?
Yeah.
So when we say additional design details, is there any specific language we could put to that? You know, is them running a hard coat stucco over it and painting it acceptable? Is it painting the CMU that's acceptable? Is it a brick wall instead of a CMU wall that's acceptable? We'll just make sure that we're being as introducing as much predictability into the condition as possible so that the applicant knows what is going to be expected of them.
I go for a hard coat stucco painted finish, and then permit the, you know, then you know, to what Lapitha said, you know, the sorority or whatever could always lobby to put some artwork on that or something, but a nice clean finish for that wall will make a big difference long term.
That's great. That would be helpful if that language could be.
Okay, thanks, George. Yeah, so does that sound good to the board? Okay, and hopefully DAB isn't going to feel like we're subverting their opinion too much here, but John, maybe it sounds like you're pretty comfortable as the liaison to DAB.
Well, we'll see how long that continues. Yeah.
All right. So I'll make that motion if, do we get a second for that? Sarah seconds. I think you had your hand up first. All right, any additional discussion, or shall I restate the motion? Okay, I'm going to restate the motion. I'm just going to read it all the way through once more, since it's a fairly complex set of conditions that we're approving here. I know it's getting late. Motion to approve site and use review case number LUR 2020-00040, incorporating the staff memorandum and attached criteria checklist as findings of fact, subject to the conditions of approval recommended by staff, by the staff memorandum, and adding the following. The final plans shall be revised to show the privacy wall on the western property line to include additional design details being stucco. Can you restate the stucco language, George, that you had said before?
Using Charles' language, hard coat stucco finish.
Using,
this is specific to the privacy wall, right? This is not, we're not talking about the backside of the hotel or other detailing. We're just talking about the views from the sorority specific to that.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. Exactly. Thank you. The final plans shall show a gate at the north edge of the alley between the privacy wall and the hotel. The outdoor lighting plan shall include lighting of the path connecting the alley with Pleasant Street for pedestrian safety. And then if we can scroll down. Prior to a building permit application for the new building, the applicant shall submit, subject to review and approval by the city manager, a revised alley management plan that shall include good faith efforts by the applicant to coordinate deliveries and other services provided through the alley with neighboring property owners, managers, and tenants, so as to avoid conflicts between deliveries and other services provided to the properties served by the alley. And prior to a building permit application for the new buildings, the plan shall be revised subject to review and approval of the city manager to show the hot tub on the east side of the hot tub deck and planting and screening on the west side of the deck. And prior to a building permit application for the new building, the management plan shall be revised to provide property management to be present on the property 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Danica, do you have a comment on this?
My engineer, JVA, is worried about the gate and the post if we impede our truck movement. So is there any way we can, I don't know, I just don't want to block access to our parking garage with this gate, and we just haven't studied it. So is there a way to say, provide a security gate and can coordinate with Kappa or something on that?
Sure, let's go back and look at the language again, and could we say in a way that would not obstruct traffic movement?
Turning movements, yeah. The gate can be open, but he was pointing out the post could cause problems. So it's just something we need to study, and I want to make sure we can do it.
Yeah, so if study shows that this can be done without obstructing vehicle movement, something like that.
Couldn't we just say in a location to be coordinated with Kappa?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Well, I think it should go more to the site review criteria. I would be cautious against creating an approval authority that's not in the code.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think the idea is to secure that space from people hiding out. So I think there's a way we can do that. So that I think if the security is a criteria or something like that, we can just say create a secure this location from outside, or make it safe is what the goal is, I believe.
Yeah, maybe or a similar, or take a similar measure to create additional or a safer area or something like that. If we allow for different methods to create that security.
So the final plans shall show a gate at the north edge of the alley. Is the north edge of the alley part of the problem? Let's see. Sorry, I'm having trouble thinking about if anybody has an idea for how to word this properly. Just basically saying a gate to provide additional protection from.
You could say as far south as to not impede truck movement. So it's not prescribing a specific location, but as far south as we can.
There we go.
Thank you.
And maybe change it to near the north edge of the alley.
Or how about towards the north edge of the alley or something? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Are people okay with modifying the motion in that way?
Yeah, and just to clarify, in the request from Kappa, it just said further south. So they didn't prescribe a certain location.
Yeah, actually, that was what I was originally saying, was just show a gate further south from the existing gate. That's what I had said. And so that kind of leaves it up to, maybe that leaves it more general.
If I may ask a question, I'm wondering, because it seems to me that it's maybe a combination of concerns. One is being for, the safety of the vehicles, so in terms of transportation concerns, but also from the perspective of the sororities, it was something about safety concerns. So I'm wondering what the language we want is, something about optimizing safety and in transit or something like that, so that these two pieces come together, but it has to be agreed. But that's just my point. Trying to think is, in terms of trying to get the language exact right, but it's more of trying to capture the spirit of what you're trying to accomplish.
Could we add the language, as far south as not to impede truck movement? Well, the final plans shall show a gate moved or for safety reasons near the north edge of the alley. So just put in for safety concerns between gate and near. Would that help, Lupita?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Oh, Danica has another comment. Okay. Well, good. It's good. I mean, these are complex things, and we want to make sure we get them right. So I think that this gives us a set of conditions that hopefully people feel we're listening to the concerns of the surrounding neighborhood with regards to safety. I think we hear from the applicant that most of them are addressable, and we've heard from the city that they are something that the city can work with. Zinni, so we have so I went ahead and made this motion and reread it. We had a second from Sarah, was that right? Are we ready to go ahead and call a vote on this? You don't need me to reread it again, I hope. All right, I'll go ahead and call a vote. Peter? Aye. Okay, Lupita?
Aye.
Sarah?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
George?
Aye.
And Lisa?
Aye.
And I'll say aye. Wow, great. So thank you so much, Hella, for helping draft those conditions. They were a little more than I could handle. And thanks so much. Congratulations to the applicant.
Thank you for your time tonight. We appreciate all the hard work and thought into this. Thank you.
Thanks, Danica, and thanks for everyone from the community who weighed in on this. We appreciate it. Peter? Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, well, awesome. Exciting. Okay, so let's move on then to matters from the planning board. First, the first thing we have under matters is a potential tab review and concept plan review. Charles, do you want to kick that one off with us? And
Actually, Jacob, our director, is going to be presenting this tonight.
oh, great. Hi, Jacob. Perfect.
Good evening, David, and good evening, members of the planning board. First of all, David, congratulations to your new position, and also want to say welcome to our new planning board member. A lot of changes this evening. So I know that the hour is late, and I'm going to do my best to exercise brevity. I want to give you all just a very brief update about the work that was requested of us by City Council to assess the potential of the Design Advisory Board and the Transportation Advisory Board to contribute to the concept plan process. I have just a few slides, and I will go to a brief screen share, and then we can have some discussion, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Very good. And I will need our host to enable a screen share for me. Okay, thank
Good
you.
now,
Very
Jacob.
excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you, Cindy. And we should have a screen share, and I'm going to go full screen. Okay. So this is just a very brief discussion of the potential DAB and TAB review and concept plan review. And I'm going to talk briefly about an introduction, give you a process outline of what we're doing, and then we can open it for discussion. So first and foremost, as an introduction, in January of this year, during Council's midterm retreat, they requested that we as staff investigate the Design Advisory Board and Transportation Advisory Board's potential involvement with the concept plan review process. And since then, staff have begun work on this. And I'm going to walk you through a basic process outline of what we are currently doing. So first and foremost is that there is a staff selection process to choose a project manager and the working teams for this project. And that's something that we've done already. Currently, we are working on scoping. We are defining the work that needs to be done and assigning the staff and setting dates to all of the tasks. That's what we're working on at the moment. The next thing that we'll be doing is board engagement. And that, of course, is with you, as well as the Design Advisory Board and the Transportation Advisory Board, to get your input about how you feel this process should work. And the purpose here is to get feedback from you about how the concept plan process can be improved should these various boards have a collaborative effort together. Then we're going to summarize that input from all the boards. Next, we're going to work on ordinance and process research. And the staff are going to review and summarize all the applicable ordinances and processes. And then staff will also research the powers and duties of each board in regards to concept plan review. Each of these boards have fairly specific powers and duties which are spelled out in the ordinances, and we'll be reviewing those things and summarizing them. And as we conclude this process, we're going to work on a report, and we'll be compiling that and then delivering that final report to council, which will be a summary of the board input, a summary of the powers and duties which are imparted to you through the ordinances, and ideally a recommendation about how the various boards can all work together to improve the concept plan process. So that's what we're going to be doing. And with that, again, I promised you brevity. I'm going to conclude on that, and we can have discussion on that topic as needed. I'm here to answer questions. And of course, we also have the other staff from Planning and Development Services. So with that, I'll stop my screen share and turn it back over for questions.
You don't want us to have that discussion right now, right?
Well, that discussion, that slide is here for discussion for this evening. The questions that you may have, we're here to answer them. But to go back to our process outline, that engagement with you as planning board members and with the other boards will happen in our next step. So there will be a more robust engagement. We'll have specific questions for you to solicit more concrete feedback that we can roll into our survey.
Yeah, Peter?
So what problem are we as a city trying to solve here with this? Was our letters to council, were we just out of line? And so we have keepers now. No, but what problem are we trying to solve here? So I can understand what's going on here. And
that's a great question, Peter. And I think that's a question that, so first of all, this work comes as a result, in my recollection, from the Transportation Advisory Board's letter to council, not from your letters to council. No. My understanding was that it was the TAB letters that precipitated this request. So that's how we began this process, is that council asked us to investigate this from those letters, not from the ones that you had requested. So with that said, I think that it's a task that's before us to determine how the boards can work together to improve the concept plan process, if we feel that in fact that can be done, if that coordination can improve the concept plan process. So I hope I'm answering your question, but I believe that this came from the TAB's request to council. And I'll also defer to Charles if you have any additional recollection or comments on that.
Yeah, I think that's where it's surfaced most recently, but it has been an ongoing discussion, I think, amongst TAB and, you know, a general desire to get involved in some of the discretionary work that the board does to help support better connections, access, and mobility. And then I think similarly, I think it's been a discussion amongst DAB for quite some time as well to have a more centralized role in the review of concept plan reviews.
So I think I saw Lupita's hand and then John. And Lupita, did you want to go first?
Yeah, so first the clarification when you says about this is what came from Deb and Tab. This is stemming from the annual letter that we sent to council.
No, I can jump in because I think I confused things by saying, I asked what problem we're trying to solve, and then I made a joke that, is it because were we too strident in our letters, and now we get to have more people in the room on our decisions. And so I was, again, levity. Jacob didn't have the beauty of being here the last few years, so he may not know that of the letters, but that was somewhat news to me that, well, I guess it's not the other groups were asking. So Lupita, I didn't mean to jump in, but I wanted to clear up a confusion I may have caused before we go further, given that it is a late hour.
Yeah, so the question, I mean, the question really is for Jacob to clarify, because you made the statement, and I want to know when you said this came from them, and I want to know what the document is, so that because I'm thinking that if this is concerns from, or not necessarily concerns, but this is something that they want to work on and they see a need for it, that from the planning board perspective, we also put forth some ideas that we thought we wanted to focus on. And so my recommendation will be to try to see if there is an intersection. And given that we spoke extensively about our interests in equity and innovation, that I would like to think there is a space where maybe the way that where they're coming from can be integrated on where we're coming from. And then that space is where we can really come together and do something really interesting, especially since we talked about, innovation, which gives us space into doing things in new ways. And the other one is with the equity, which is very important to us, as you know. So I think that this can actually work really well.
Well, Lupita, thank you so much. That's exactly the kind of feedback that we're looking to hear. And I want to, first of all, just let you know that I hear you. And what we want to do is, first of all, this is a process orientation. We're sort of letting you all know what we're going to do. In our next round of work, we want to come back to planning board and to the other boards and ask you for exactly that input. We want to hear your comments on what you think should happen if there is board interaction regarding concept plan review. So hear you loud and clear, and we look forward to taking your input when we come back for formal feedback. So hang tight, and the next time we're here, we'll be taking notes on all of that, and that will be incorporated into our report to City Council.
John, did you want to go?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to briefly say that as liaison to DAB, I've heard comments that they would like to be more involved in these issues also. So this doesn't come as a big surprise given their attitude either.
And I'll go ahead and I have some history with this subject. I think it was, gosh, it must have been 2 or 3 years ago in our retreat. I had been approached by some folks from TAB about increasing our interaction, and we decided it would be okay to just kind of do an informal liaison to TAB. So I just started to go as informally to TAB meetings, sit in the audience and listen. And sometimes I would get up and make a little, during public comment, make a statement. And they let me know during that period of time that, they felt a little frustrated with the restrictions on their ability to weigh in on land use issues and stuff, that sometimes they just have no idea what's coming down the pike with regards to certain corridors. And they also find that it's hard for them to see concept and site reviews go through, and then there's an impact on a highway that goes past that they could have maybe potentially weighed in on. We've had a couple of those. Just one that we just had was the 29th Street affordable housing thing with regards to going across the road. I'm sure they would have loved to have had some input in concept review that might have impacted the way that the planning and the transportation department interact. But I also think that it does reveal the possibilities of some staffing silos that could also be looked at with regards to this, that could make TAB feel more like the transportation impacts of development are being taken into account. So that's just, so I'm very sensitive to that one. I'm not quite as involved with what John was saying with DAB, but I know that TAB could have some good things to say. And another one is within a particular site, circulation kind of things that maybe not planning board members aren't quite as dialed into, and bike parking and all that kind of stuff. So I'm sure that's where a lot of that is coming from.
Great. Well, thank you, David. Hear that loud and clear.
Any other comments for Jacob? Questions?
I think it's a great idea to figure out how all the voices can come together. I love Lupita's approach of start with the filter of what is it that we in our heart of hearts as each board said, and then where's their synergy? And like what David said, that a group of volunteers like us who are trying to do something for the benefit of the city, and then they're looking around like, well, that doesn't make sense. We should have been able to hear about that or say something, and it devalues everyone's volunteer work. And so I think that's a great guiding principle.
I would reiterate what David said about maybe it's a reflection of silos at the staff in the departments, because in essence, what's presented to us ultimately has input from staff from all the different departments. But if that's not the case for other boards or commissions, that's problematic. And that TAB doesn't know a project's coming down the path. It's all public knowledge, so it's maybe they're not informed about the upcoming projects. So there may be some work to be done at the staff level as a starting place, and ultimately reflected in what kinds of collaboration or coordination exists at the board level.
All right. Any other comments from the board, or Jacob, did you have any last things to add on that?
Well, I would just say thank you to all the board members. We hear your input, and we'll be returning back to you shortly, as well as to the other boards to gain further feedback from you. And then we'll proceed with delving deeper into this topic, ultimately with the goal of improving the quality of concept plan review as we move forward together.
And if I can just add a very quick message to convey to the other boards when you see them, tell them that this came out as a very welcoming thing for us.
Will do. Thank you, Lupita. We hear that.
Well, thank you, Jacob. Thanks for staying up so late with us, and Charles and Cindy as well, and Hella. We really appreciate it. And I see we even have some members of the public still listening in. Thank you for staying up with us. Do we have any other matters from the planning board that we need to discuss tonight? Anybody? Any matters from Charles, from the planning director? Or from
no matters for me, other than I think we probably need to start thinking about some dates for a retreat now that we have our new member sworn in.
Yeah, do we want to pull up calendars now and look at possible dates for the retreat?
After vaccination, when we can all be together. Can we be together at any point? Is there a trigger?
Might be good to let George, Jorge? No, we say, you pronounce it differently, and I need to learn it because I really like it.
George is good. Georgie.
Georgie.
Brazilian Georgie.
So just to let you know that we're actually gonna break down early today. So maybe you brought good luck, but we're probably gonna go back to finishing much later than this. So I'm just warning you.
Well, thank you, Lupita. I thought I was letting us go way too long. You've really made me feel better. All right. Well,
So what are you thinking about dates?
Well, do we usually have it in May? It seems like that's kind of the time frame, or we could even do it a little earlier.
Typically, it's been done in May, but there's no hard and fast rule since you have a chair and a vice chair already elected.
Mm-hmm. Well, we need time to, so we'll need probably the next couple of weeks for the next planning board meeting to brainstorm ideas for what we'd like to see covered and talk about that under matters in the next board meeting, I would guess, right? So that would mean we'd definitely be moving into like mid to late April at the earliest, I would guess.
I'd say maybe let's aim for May, as we've traditionally done that. I think it might be a little more open.
Right.
And then I wonder if staff could maybe project ahead to the best of your ability as to what evening might be good. You know, if there looks like a time when it looks like a lighter lift, or we could move things into other areas. I think that might be nice to just kind of try to find a time that's where we might cancel a meeting, but we would be able to do the retreat instead.
Well, we have done them during the day too.
Yeah.
We don't.
Right. Yes, and do them longer.
You've never done one with us, but we have done them during the day.
I did one.
Oh, did you do it last year?
Yeah.
We did do the virtual retreat last year, and it was a daytime event. I think we went like maybe
4 or something, 2 to 4 or something.
Something like that. Maybe 3 hours.
That's right. That's right.
More than 2 hours.
No way, too much to talk about.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, I mean, I think it matters what our calendar's like, but I would say looking out to May for staff members who have to be there to run the meeting, maybe if you could come up with a few potential dates, and then we can match them against all of our calendars and see if we can come up with something that works.
That sounds good. Should we say sometime between, maybe the week of May? Well, let's see. We have a planning board meeting on May 6th and May 20th. So maybe the week of the 10th is good. And consider afternoons during working hours that sometime the week of the 10th. And then we could just try to settle on a date. Maybe Cindy, would it make sense to just kind of have you kind of check and see what you and I could kind of come up with a date, and then you could present it to the whole board and see how that looks? Does anybody have any like particular days that they'd like us to stay away from if we picked a week like that?
Yeah, I'm the week of May 16th to 22nd. I'm pretty much unavailable.
Okay, so this would be the week before that. So stay away from anything later than the 14th. Yeah, Sarah.
Just Mondays are very busy for me. So if we could not do it on a Monday, that would be awesome.
I remember that now. So how about maybe looking at the 11th through the 14th as 4 possible dates?
Okay.
13th and 14th hang together with the dates that I'm unavailable. So.
Oh, you're not available on the 13th and 14th?
No. Yeah, 13th through the 23rd.
Maybe if we want 4 possible dates, we could say the 6th and 7th, or no, that we have planning board. Well, there's the 11th and 12th then. Should we just consider those 2 days to start with, and then if they don't work out, we'll re-loop back?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's a Tuesday and a Wednesday in May, the 11th.
Do you think we'll be able to meet in person?
No.
Probably not at that point.
Not by me.
No.
They won't let us.
Unless,
Until the end of the summer, at least.
yeah,
So we're going to be having meetings online until the end of the summer at least. Is that what you said, Cindy?
At the very least.
even if we have vaccinations done.
Right.
Well, because, yeah, you'd have to have
Have it.
everybody vaccinated. You'd have to have everybody at least 2 weeks out from their last dose. You'd have to know what was happening with variants and whether they were spreading. I mean, ideally, you'd be at herd immunity of at least 70%, preferred 85%.
We can't have in public meetings. We
Yes.
don't know what the public.
I take it from, being from the city, I will take it. But there are places that issue already some relaxed.
Well, maybe we can know more on the 11th and 12th, but it doesn't, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, the city's been pretty careful with their guidance. So we'll see, we'll have to take our marching orders, but so we'll, so yeah, let's, the other thing we could potentially discuss since we're looking at our calendars is tentatively thinking about when we would want to recess. Because we tend this year, actually it looks kind of cool. If we had a meeting on the 3rd and the 17th of June, we could target July 1st, which is a Thursday, as our recess date.
Then we come back for August.
Well, and then we'd have to decide, yeah, if the 15th we would resume, or
the 15th of August.
Of July.
Oh.
Do we usually just take one day off, one meeting off for our
That's what has been happening lately because we've been so busy.
I mean, what we could do for now is just say, so people could kind of plan their lives, is say that July 1st is kind of our preferred break date, and then maybe urge staff to see if there's any possibility of having a lighter schedule, because there's 3 Thursdays in July. So if we potentially could get away with just doing the 29th, that would give us a nice long break. But that's for the 22nd maybe, because that would be 2 weeks from the 5th. But I don't know if that's too complicated, Cindy. Maybe we should just save July 1st for now.
So I have a question that is a follow-up to when are we going to meet in person? I don't know about anybody else, but I'm having just the most difficult time reading the drawings online. And it may just be that I'm old and my eyesight's bad, but I am wondering when we might return to getting hard copies, so that what we looked at tonight, it was very challenging to see some of the details. So I'm just curious when we might go back to getting hard copies of the drawings.
When we're back in the office.
It won't happen till then. Okay.
We tried to do it and it was a disaster. It was, the plans it took me all day to find them, the wrong addresses. I couldn't find them. It was a disaster. It was a disaster. And then I tried to send plans, the code book updates.
Which I got, by the way.
They actually I tried to send them months and months ago. They were picked up. The courier never came and picked them up.
All right. Well,
I in my office.
Okay.
So
good to know.
it's
Bummer.
just
Good to know.
Impossible right now.
I'll just need to get new glasses.
Unless I come to Boulder and ride a bicycle and deliver them myself.
Is anyone else having trouble seeing all the details?
I display on a HD TV screen. So that really helps. And sometimes people are upgrading TVs and you can get old, 720p screens for not very much money.
I don't know what that even means, but okay, I'm going to work with the technology I have.
Yeah, that does help me. I'll just throw that out there. But yeah, anyone else having trouble reading packets?
Well, I'm looking forward to paper again too.
I think certain architectural drawings and stuff are just easier to see in hard copy, you know, I mean, I don't mind that I can't get them now. If I have to, I can print them out myself. I can blow them up real big, you know, it's not a huge deal. But yeah, you know, when you have little tiny letters and little tiny buildings and things, it's nice to either have it on a really big screen or to have it in hard copy in a relatively large format because it's just easier to see. But I also appreciate that that's not something we can do right now.
Yeah, totally.
And I may or may not even opt in later, you know, just to save the paper. But I think, I guess what I'm saying is obviously your concern and complaint is valid, and I think totally understandable. So.
Yeah. So hang in there, everyone. The other, I kind of agreed with the paper thing. I would probably be inclined to continue if there's an option to do it electronically, but I totally understand everyone has a different way of processing information, and so it'll be nice when we can get back to that, to more normalcy. All right, so that we talked about the retreat dates. We talked about one day for our, what do we call it, break? There's some. So is that okay with you, Cindy? Those 3 days that we threw out.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Good. Any other calendar check items, Cindy, that we should be aware of? I think we're
No,
good.
just a meeting April 1st. I'll send out that packet on Monday-ish.
Great. The joint meeting. And then any other debriefing?
No, I just a quick correction. April 1st is a regular planning board meeting. April 5th, the joint meeting with TAB.
That's it, yeah.
East Boulder, yeah.
Great. That should be very exciting. Our first joint meeting in a long time. So
yeah,
I'm thrilled.
You guys can talk with Tab about concept plans next week too.
And I'll be sending out information. Kathleen King is preparing information for you for that joint meeting. And so you will have information for that prior to that meeting, just like a packet.
Great.
We have the bias and microaggression training coming up as well.
That's off the agenda, I think, right?
Yeah, that's something I'll talk with you about that, Charles.
Okay. And then the last thing that I would just ask is, does anybody want to debrief? Feel free to throw eggs at me if you thought that it's a little bit different doing this. But.
I wanted to just mention that I can't wait to see when our new city manager comes to visit our board. Everybody knows we got a new city manager.
I think her first day is in May 10th, so it'll be subsequent to that.
All right, so something to look forward to.
That's great. Well, consider that a request from planning board that if we can get a visit by the city manager, that would be awesome. Great. Any other debrief?
Just want to thank Hella for expert on the fly condition drafting tonight. And as always, to Cindy and Jean for working all the knobs and switches.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, and thank you as well, Charles. All of you do such an amazing job and in making our job easier. So it was I think a very productive night. So thanks everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks,
See,
everyone.
it's very long.
Yeah, David.
All right.
Have a great night.
Welcome, Georgie.
Thanks, everyone.
Everyone.
Welcome, Georgie.
David.
Good